Are seating yourselves, I have a couple of preliminary announcements. I already made the announcement about what bad luck you are going to have if you park your car outside on Greenough Street after a long night of town meeting. We have to leave the back doors open for circulation. And so if you go outside to discuss things, please move away from the doors and down the hall, because the people sitting towards the pack find it very disruptive. And again, a reminder that the seating on the right is reserved for people who wear masks. Masks are optional in every other area, but mandatory in that area. In addition, the first row is reserved for speakers. So when I ask people to come up, because I anticipate they're speaking shortly, that is where you come up to and sit down. Mr. Burstein wanted me to let people know that emails have been bouncing back, which he has sent out on the TMMA list. He sent out emails today. If you did not get them, that means yours have been bouncing back, and you should contact him and let him know that, so that that can be worked out. We have an ambitious schedule for tonight, and the sooner we get through it, the fewer nights we will have for town meeting. And I can't believe I heard somebody hissing, but regardless, I'm sure we will not have any such disrespectful outbursts, although anybody who wants more town meeting is crazy, so whatever. Anyway, we now turn to some of the details of the budget. Yesterday, the advisory committee met and made changes to its version of the budget so that now it is coordinated with the select board budget. Melissa Goff, our deputy administrator, will briefly describe changes to the advisory committee budget were made. It now is the same as the select board budget. Is that better? All right. Melissa Goff is going to come to the podium and briefly outline some of the changes that were made to make the budgets coordinate with each other.
Good evening, Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. A lot of the changes have already been detailed in the Select Board's supplemental report on the budget, but I'll quickly run through some of the changes. The first is that we did adjust revenue to move from the governor's budget to the Senate Ways and Means budget. So you'll see an adjustment in revenue. That is being recommended for the collective bargaining reserve, as well as the following reductions to town departments. For diversity, inclusion, and community relations, this is just acknowledging salary savings around the implementation of the language access coordinator. We still need the recommendations of the consultant, and then we'll likely need to go through the HR board process. So there's likely a lag in implementation around that. For assessing, we discussed some reorganization that the division is looking at that likely will result in some salary savings. So we're deducting $30,000 from the assessing budget for that as well. Police Department, we've had extensive discussions at the advisory and select board level of the vacancies in the police department and the salary savings associated with that. So the reduction of $100,000 acknowledges additional salary savings in order to balance the budget. Building Department also has significant vacancies, and the $50,000 reduction is using some of that salary savings, as well as Public Works, $10,000 in engineering and transportation, and $40,000 in parks and open space, acknowledging delays in implementation of the forestry plan associated with the override. And then we have a reduction in the personal services reserve, and that's acknowledging that it will likely take time for the HR board to implement the salary study. And then the balance is going into the collective bargaining reserve. And then we do have a projected surplus in group health. We're just looking to allocate the town portion of that surplus at this time, which is $402,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, we will now first be going through the departmental and non-departmental budgets. These are on supplement. They're on the tables, which is the green supplement. And they are items 1 through 20 on Article 7, Supplement 1, Table 1. You've all had a chance to review them, so I'm not going to go through them one by one. This is your opportunity to come and ask questions that you may have on the budget items. And I will now take questions for department heads, and I'm going to first call on those who have signed up in advance. Fran Perler, so I'm going to ask the following people to come to the front, sit in the front row. Fran Perler, please come to the podium. Dan Saltzman, Aon Wang, Susan Granoff, and Anna Albuquerque. Ms. Perler, could you please identify yourself for the record?
Thank you. I'm Fran Perler. I'm a new town meeting member from Precinct, so I hope my questions are appropriate.
Could you please stand closer to the mic?
Excuse me?
Stand more closely to the microphone.
I shall mic up. So my questions are for DPW and Health Department regarding rodents. My constituents strongly support Brookline investing more basic services. They value the work of DPW and the Health Department, but they're really disappointed when their needs are not met. The rodent crisis is a prime example of a health and safety issue that the town has been slow to respond to. The funding of the Rodent Control Action Plan, or RECAP, is a welcome response both for residents and for the dedicated people in the departments responsible for dealing with the rodent crisis. My questions relate to funding of the RECAP and how the money will be spent. And I'm just going to list them together since Sigal has already seen them. My first question is, when do you expect to hire the new Health Department inspector who will focus on the rodent control and solid waste management? Will those job postings for both that and DPW include the allowance for flex time so that these people can occasionally visit our worst offenders who put their bad work to happen after regular hours? Then I would like to know your report of what has happened from the Smart Box monitoring program and whether you plan to continue to do that. Since we know that rodents rarely go more than 300 feet from their home, if we're going to monitor and trap with smart boxes, we need to have these in private property on in hotspots, and Somerville has a very simple one-page permission slip for doing that. During the recap process, you and Erin spoke about strengthening regulations for rodent control and solid waste management at restaurants, apartment buildings, and other sites. Please describe what progress has been made and what you're still aiming to do, and what, if anything, has been holding back these efforts. Please report on the activities of the food safety consultant And do you think there's a need to continue that in FY '24?
Ms. Perler,
Yes.
that's about 7 or 8 questions.
Yeah.
So I think
She's always seen them, and I don't know if she's going to do that. My last 2 questions were community outreach and contrapest. So most of them have easy answers.
okay. Well, I think Ms.
That's it.
Galantine giving us an overview will probably answer a lot of your questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Galantine? Or no, Ms. Reese, I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Sigal Reese, Director of Public Health and Human Services. So first, I'm up here, I'm going to give a summary, answer a lot of those questions. And I want to thank Commissioner Galantine and Charlie Simmons, Director of Public Buildings, also as my collaborators in this effort. We continue to use the multi-pronged approach outlined in the Rodent Action Plan. Related to the plan, we have contracted with Modern Pest, where we have 45 smart boxes out in the community in the hotspots, as well as 5 sewer pipe systems. And data is displayed on our website and updated monthly. At this point, there are no plans to expand that to private property, but as we go through all the action items we are taking, we are constantly evaluating our approach to this. We have contracted also, as outlined in the plan, with Burger Food Safety, and they're doing proactive inspections with food establishments and hotspots. And this work not only helps us with our capacity, but also allows us to create some baseline data and some evaluation over time, looking at those to reduce harborage, looking at those causal factors. We have updated information on our website about awareness for residents, education awareness around how you can reduce harborage on your own property. Again, related to the action plan, we purchased the big bellies with a reallocation of some COVID ARPA funds, and those have been purchased through Public Works. The Select Board has updated the outdoor dining regulations, and we're out there enforcing that. We have developed the door hangers, and we are distributing those as we respond to neighborhoods to, again, increase awareness out in the community about what you can do on your own property and how to reduce harborage for rodents. The solid waste regulations have proved to be a little more complicated than we anticipated. We have completed a draft, and after coordinating with various departments and staff in the field, we received feedback from Town Council, and the next steps are to review the feedback and the questions. And in addition, we also want to ensure to receive feedback from residents and businesses. So we will be holding outreach and a public hearing on that, and then go through the process of adopting and revising those regulations. The inspection and code enforcement supervisor, I'll let Public Works sort of give a little more detail about that. Per the override vote and contingent upon town meeting approval, we will be, as described, hiring more enforcement capacity within the health department. We have a job description ready to go on that, so just need the budget approval on that, and hopefully we'll be able to hire this summer. And again, Public Works has funding to purchase the small packer again for the override, and we'll be able to advertise and hire the operator to run that packer. I do want to also point out a couple more additional items that were not in the Rodent Action Plan, but again, through our constant evaluation, we have implemented a few more things, including making sure all complaint data goes through the Brookline online system, which allows us to better track it and again, monitor it over time so we can see trends. And we've also integrated the use of the contrapest, that's a rodent birth control, within the building department facilities operation. We've started already distributing that and deploying it out in the community. And then lastly, we have developed an internal policy restricting the use of the 2nd generation anticoagulants. Like I say, we continue to monitor and adjust the program as needed.
Thank you. Dan Saltzman. I understand you have a question for the building department. So Mr. Bennett. Oh, yes. Okay. Please come and identify yourself.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Scott Englander, Precinct 6, town meeting member. My Precinct 6 colleague, Dan Saltzman, had alerted Commissioner Bennett about this question regarding inspectional services in the building department, but he couldn't be here tonight. So Dan was approached by a constituent of ours who is a contractor in Brookline, and I spoke to him as well. And he painted a difficult picture of the electrical division's inspections timelines. As we've discussed here at town meeting for several years now, electrification is a major emphasis of our strategy to address climate change. But my understanding of the current challenge with inspections is that it's affecting all kinds of electrical work. So what I'm hearing from what we are hearing from our constituent is that the department's timeframes for electrical inspections are not being met, and in some cases are being missed by multiple weeks. Adding frustration to that is a lack of communication from the building department as to when inspections will take place. I wonder if the issue is budget related, and if so, whether it's addressed in the current budget that we're voting on for the department, or whether town meeting can help in any way. But what our constituent and his fellow contractors would like to know is this. First, how many electrical permits are open townwide? Second, how long will it take to work through the existing backlog? And third, when can we expect the workflow at the electrical department to return to normal? Thank you.
Mr. Bennett?
I want to thank Mr. Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. I want to thank Mr. Saltzman for bringing this to my attention. There have been a few instances where we have not met, some of those timeframes, but they typically involve either a sickness or a vacation day, or just a lack of a proper permit being issued. We will not, do an inspection if a permit hasn't been issued. But this has been brought to my attention that the claim is that there's been a week's delay. I have sat down with the wiring inspector. He is not aware of any of these specific delays, but we can, let you know that there are, some issues with sometimes the permit application isn't properly filled out. Electricians have 5 days to apply for a permit so they can actually begin the work. Then they will call for an inspection, but the permit hasn't been issued because they're missing some sort of documentation that would contribute to the backlog. In addition, there are a number of code changes that, are out there that some of the electricians may not be familiar with. And that could contribute to, some of the backlog. There's also a failure rate of about 20% of the inspections out there. So when, an inspection fails, and we're enforcing the codes of the minimum standard, if they fail that inspection, they don't go back to the top of the line when they're, looking for a re-inspection. We, put them back in the cycle for, inspections. I do know that the inspector, returns phone calls daily. He logs his reports and, answers calls. But, we will sit down. I'm committed to looking into this further and trying to address the situation. I'll work with the 6th floor on trying to get some additional hours for the wiring inspector. We have deputies that fill in 2 days a week. He's here. The wiring inspector is full-time. I have two deputies that are here 1 day a week to do inspections each. So I will do my best to look in through my budget and see where I can find the timeline, to maybe add some additional hours a day or so. With respect to catching up to the backlog, we're only looking at about a week, 4 or 5 days. And currently there are 1,066 open permits. The obligation is on the contractor to call us for an inspection. Typically open permits, whether it's a plumbing permit, a gas permit, electrical or building, typically if they're older, these get caught when there's a sale of a home. There's a lot more due diligence done now than there was in the past. And very often, realtors coming in, they're asking, are there any open permits? We identify the permits and we work through with the current homeowner and the realtor and the new buyer to close those permits. I think I've addressed all the issues, but if I didn't, let me know. Thank you.
Mr. Wang.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is A1 Wang, town meeting member precinct 8. So I have a simple question over here is regarding, one is for the local receipt. There's an interest income is showing like a negative. So I believe that's some issue about the transfer. So is any update on those portion for the interest income? Will that be the same as forecasted? The other one would be for the recreational marijuana tax. So our focus for last year and this year will be 800,000 range, but the actual portion would be just showing up to Q3 would be 492,000. So the overall it will be, even if it's Q4 is the same as Q3, there will be have a shortage. The total will be dropping to around like a 600,000 range. So there will be some shortage over here. Is there any way we can cover for those? That's my question. Thank you.
Ms. Goff.
Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. Awan had sent an email earlier last week about this. He is digging deep into our OpenGov budgeting software system. And what he was looking at was revenues that have been posted but not reconciled. So there are some corrections that need to be made. Interest income, we did make a correction, and currently we're projecting a $2.8 million surplus in that account. So we feel confident in the revenue estimates that are being used for the fiscal 24 budget, and we feel confident that we'll be producing a surplus in fiscal 23 as well. Thank you.
Susan Granoff. Oh, then we'll go to Anna Albuquerque.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So I have a few questions on whether the building department has the resources to implement the short-term rental bylaws. So I have two questions, one for Building Department Commissioner Dan Bennett and another one for Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff. But before I ask my questions, let me just give you as a little bit of a background what we did with regards to short-term rentals. So on May 2021, the town meeting approved short-term rental warrant Article 17, which intended to allow the safe operation of short-term rentals in Brookline. It intended to prevent the operation of large numbers of investor-owned professionally managed short-term rental units, to prevent housing units from being removed from the inventory of long-term rentals, and to minimize any negative impact on Brookline residents. And then on March 2022, the Attorney General approved Article 17 provisions, which included banning investor-owned properties, requiring the unit to be the primary residence of the short-term rental host, requiring notification of immediate abutters, requiring inspections of all units before they can be certified by the town, limiting short-term rentals to 90 days per year for all hosts with certain exceptions, and limiting occupancy to a maximum of 8 guests. So here are my questions. The first one is, it seems that the town has only issued 2 short-term licenses, at least when we talked last time, 2. Although a quick survey of the Airbnb platform, which I have been doing for some time, shows sometimes anywhere from 15 to 30 to 35. So my question is, what is the town doing to stop unlicensed short-term rentals from operating in Brookline? Second question is, how does the town plan to enforce non-compliance with the short-term rentals bylaws? And what should neighbors or other residents do if they believe that a short-term rental is operating in a way that violates the bylaws? My third question is to Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff, which is, what was the tax revenue associated with short-term rentals, and how does that compare to the previous 3 to 4 years? Thank you.
Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. I was given, the opportunity to see these questions in advance. So, this was something that I brought up to the select board during my budget presentation this year, and I had indicated that it was a priority. And I knew it had been lacking on the enforcement side. To date, it is specifically, it's complaint driven. So if we get a complaint, we do act on it and we will take the necessary enforcement action. Several months ago, I did request with the help or assistance of Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff, a list from the Department of Revenue, all short-term operators are required to register with the state. We got a list with over 300 names on it. Last month, we sent out notification to all those addresses indicating that, a couple of things. If this was an owner-occupied, property, that you could register, through the town, go to the portal and identify the process for doing so. If it was not owner occupied, then that is a violation and they would have to cease and desist. What I do see coming in the few months is more likely than not, I can see some pretty good compliance with the owner occupied units. It's the investment properties of which, when reviewing the list, I'm going to say about 1/3. So approximately 100 of these properties are owned by outside investors. They're not owner occupied. And I'm going to have to work with town council's office on that enforcement because I can see that taking, quite a bit longer. If there is, if someone is aware or knows of a short-term rental, my advice is to call our office, give us the address, and we will investigate it. The enforcement does, start at the building department. When an application does come in, it is a cooperative effort through the building department, the fire department, and the health department to get this property registered and properly running. Hopefully that addresses your concern. Thank you.
Ms. Goff.
Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. Year to date for short-term rentals, we have collected $456,139. Last year, we still need one more quarter for this fiscal year to conclude. Last year, the total was $379,691. And the year before it was $343 and $45. I would just note that likely this current year, the US Open is likely influenced some of the totals that we're seeing at the first quarter of the year. Thank you.
Now, does anybody else have questions? If so, please come to a microphone. Is
Can I
Venus?
Can I ask another question?
Oh, no, you can't. You go to the end of the line. So you can sit down and when everybody else has asked a question, you may come back up. But Mr. Margolis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. John Margolis, Precinct 7, and Library Trustee. And I would ask someone from the Planning Department if they could tell us when work was begun on the plan for rezoning Harvard Street under discussion.
Are you talking about the NB?
Well, the one that's
The
being
MBTA?
discussed in connection, BTA's, yes.
I think that is probably better addressed when we talk about that, but I will, if Ms. Morelli is here or Kara Bruton, I will allow a very brief one-sentence answer. Ms. Bruton.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development. I believe the question was did work start on the study of Harvard Street, which is part of the proposal that we have currently as one of the options for the MBTA compliance act, which we will be discussing at a later evening. My run-on sentence is that the work was begun actually before COVID. This was work that stemmed out of a multi-division and multi-board meeting just prior to the shutdown of COVID, where we were trying to figure out ways to have multifamily housing be more accessible. And looking at Harvard Street as one of those places because it's a neighborhood that's consistent throughout, as well as an area that continues to be subject to development pressure, including 40Bs.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is, Adrienne Bowman from Precinct 16, and I have a question, I assume, for Mr. Bennett. In South Brookline, the new.
Just ask me the question. I
Okay,
will
sorry.
determine who it goes to.
All right, fine. In South Brookline, the Hancock Village development, as we know and have heard of recently quite a lot, has a lot of new construction through the 40Bs. And according to some of our constituents, some of the new buildings are powered by the old buildings via extension cords. And some of the residents of the older buildings are being evicted because there is not enough power for those units. And I would like to know, seeing as these are new buildings that the town has approved, how it is possible that we could have greenlit a construction project that is forcing our residents out of their apartments because seemingly of poor oversight, that the new construction, there isn't enough power to power the new construction, so they're taking it from old units.
Mr. Bennett, would you like to address that or have the Director of Engineering address it?
Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. With respect to the power, I explained a little bit of this last night. We're responsible for the meter into the home. What comes to the meter is Eversource and the utility. My department has been made aware of some situations out there with respect to temporary power for some of the existing buildings. And this has to do with a utility upgrade plan that CHR is performing. In addition to the electricity, it includes water, sewer, and gas. They've laid over, they've laid thousands of feet of conduit for new services to these buildings. I have met with some town meeting members in Precinct 16. They have alerted myself and the wiring inspector to some issues that we are looking into, but I don't have a definitive answer on the existing, the new buildings being powered by these temporary services. To the best of my knowledge, those are serviced by new transformers and new service that is installed and powered by Eversource. And then on the meter side, we perform the inspection. But we are looking into a situation that was brought to our attention, and we'll follow that through and see where it goes.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? My follow-up would be, what is the town doing to mitigate the issues of, let's say, school children who are being evicted from their apartment buildings because of this plan, who are no longer able to go to Baker because there's nowhere else for them to go? That's a rental property in South Brookline, and it's by no fault of their own. It seemingly is by fault of poor planning. How is that right?
So I was watching the select board meeting when there was a number of these issues were raised with respect to non-renewals. That's not something my department gets into. So on some of these existing buildings, if they're vacant or if they're occupied, that's not something that I'm aware of. But the new construction, we inspect those buildings. They can't be occupied until a certificate of occupancy or TCO is issued. So with respect to those existing buildings, I don't have an answer there. That was also brought up with some of the town meeting members, and I will do my best to find the direction for them to go in and follow that through.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Van Scoyac, you were just thrown under the bus by Mr. Bennett, since apparently this was discussed at a select board meeting, and I have chosen you to answer it.
Or you can choose one of your colleagues.
Chess Gary, Town Administrator. It's my recollection that yes, when these issues were brought up at a select board meeting, some residents and some elected officials did mention that there were a number of non-renewals at Hancock Village. And at the time, we said a couple of different things. One is it's obviously difficult for the town to be involved as a party in a landlord-tenant dispute. As the Commissioner of Building said, we don't know the reason for the non-renewals. We don't know whether those are non-renewals for cause or non-renewals because the building owner is doing something different with the buildings, or as part of this broader renovation program, they're being kept vacant for a shorter amount of time and so forth. But we are not automatically privy to the information as to why a landlord decides not to renew a lease, nor can we enjoin a landlord from doing so. I would say is as part of the discussion of the issue of, or the broader issue of housing as a need and housing stability, the select board said that while they are cognizant of and aware of that limitation of the, getting involved in landlord-tenant disputes and putting a finger on one side of the scale or the other, the select board did mention as part of the discussion of warrant article 13, a commitment towards the idea of providing a clearinghouse of information, not just for tenants, but for landlords as well, to ensure that these issues can be minimized by the provision of effective information to avoid displacement of tenants in the future. In specific instances, we cannot step into that relationship and demand that a landlord or a tenant do something, but we can provide wherever possible information and guidance on how to avoid displacement. So that's what we're doing on that.
Thank you. Mr. Ishak?
Anthony Ishak, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I'd like to ask for clarification on a couple of the resources that were being funded to help address the rodent infestation. One question is, how many big bellies are being funded between the budget and the override? When can we expect to see those big bellies rolled out? And what would be the process to determine where? And my second question is in regards to the inspectional services and code enforcement supervisor. My understanding is that's being funded through the solid waste funds. Am I correct in assuming that? Thank you.
Ms. Galantine?
Good evening, Erin Chief Galantine. So through ARPA funds, we are able to purchase 5 big bellies, and through the override 21. So that's a total of 26 big bellies, contingent upon overall improvement of the budget. These have been prioritized by the Parks and Open Space Division based upon volume of trash and complaints. So they will be disseminating those throughout the system. We already have several of those. So big bellies are solar trash compactors. They're fully enclosed and they are virtually rodent proof. Hence, so they are an important part of our sort of collective mitigation effort. I will say that the big bellies, so we already had the 5 from ARPA on order. They generally are taking about 3 or 4 months to get here. And we have the proposal. We're ready to place the order following the start of the new fiscal year. So we'll get those ordered. The code enforcement and inspectional services manager, that is a position that's in the budget, an important part of the rodent control action plan. We are working on that job description right now. That will have to go through the human resources board and authorization to hire. And then we will be advertising that position. So yes, it is part of the budget. It is supported through the rates. And we anticipate that it'll probably take 3 months or so to get that position hired.
Thank you. Mr. Lloyd? I think it's Mr. No, apparently not.
Jim Franco,
Oh,
Precinct
sorry,
2,
Jim.
Madam Moderator. Nice to meet you. I have a question about ARPA funds, which I understand totaled about $44 million, which is pretty important in terms of our overall budget. So I want to know, they were allocated by the select board. But they don't seem to be in the budget that we're discussing tonight, but I still think it's important. Can someone confirm that the town did receive $44 million in total? How much did the town take off the top directly to offset the reduced revenues and increased expenses because of COVID? How much was allocated through the efforts of the American Rescue Review Committee? How much of the funds that were allocated by the review committee went to town departments that made applications? And what oversight process are we involved in for those allocations that were approved by the select board based on the submission from the committee? Thank you.
Ms. Goff?
Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. I would thank you for your question because I do agree that we probably need to provide more information in the budget. The ARPA funds are listed under special revenue funds, but a lot of the details around the spending is happening on the website that we created to be very transparent in what the allocations are. So I will send you that website tomorrow so that you have it. But I did have Tyler Belial-Tola, who was our grant administrator, prepare a statement so that there's a summary of kind of what ARPA is being allocated towards. The town received about $44 million in one-time ARPA funds, about $32 million as a direct grant from the federal government, and the remainder from Norfolk County. The select board holds the exclusive authority over the allocation of these funds. Their decision was to have most of that allocated through a community-driven process while reserving a portion to ensure continuity with prior federal grants like FEMA and CARES continuation. About $6 million was used for premium pay to support in-person employees during the onset of the pandemic, and $3 million for school operating expenses this fiscal year. Other funding was allocated for essential initiatives such as COVID testing and tracing, as well as one-off expenses like rodent control and the Davis Pathway Bridge. Under ARPA regulations, the town has the flexibility to allocate up to $13 million of the grant towards government services and projects without the need to demonstrate if they are a direct response to COVID. This is also called revenue replacement. We have been cautious in overutilizing the revenue replacement category of funding, aiming to minimize its usage wherever possible. As of now, there's about $4 million remaining in this category, which could prove useful for quick reallocation if necessary before ARPA expires in fiscal 26 or 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Roberts, I see you, but Mr. Schwartz has been waiting a little longer, so I'm going to call on him first.
Thank you, Madam
I'm being
Moderator.
punished for that, but I am going to call on Mr. Schwartz first.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Chuck Swartz, Precinct 9. In the past 3 or 4 years, town meeting has overwhelmingly passed 2 articles dealing with an outdoor swimming pool. Some of my constituents would like to know what the status is and if there's anything new to report.
Ms. Gallant, Parks and Rec is under your direction. And I will note that those were resolutions.
Correct. That was a resolution that was passed by town meeting to do a site analysis to see where an outdoor swimming pool could be located. The Park and Recreation Commission had several public meetings, looked at locations throughout town that were large enough. They actually put together a program in terms of what the size and offerings could be regarding an outdoor swimming pool, and had final outcome and findings in terms of what the specification should be. Really looked at some of our neighboring communities and some of the outdoor pools that have been very successful. In terms of at this point in time, there's no location that we have or funding available to build or design an outdoor swimming pool.
Thank you. I will warn people, as I did Ms. Albuquerque, that if you have asked a question, you will come after everybody else. Ms. Roberts.
Yes, Susan Roberts, precinct 17. Another rodent question, I'm afraid. And this relates more to construction activity. I live on Green Street. I have rats in my basement, at least one, if not more. I'm taking my own steps to protect against harborage and trying to fortify my house, but I know my neighbors have rats in their backyards. Obviously I do too. And we've got the building at the front of Green Street up near Harvard Street under construction. We have 50 Pleasant Street, which is Brookline Housing Authority. That's basically in my backyard. So there's construction there. I haven't heard anything yet about
what we're doing about construction areas, for restaurants, and I've heard big bellies and, other things like that, but can we do something about construction, which also, as I understand it, contributes? Thank you.
Mr. Bennett and Ms. Reese, you can fight that one out.
I think I lost Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. With respect to, construction sites, if there is demo on the site, there is there's a policy through the health department for pre-treating 2 to 3 weeks ahead of, some of the construction and the demolition. There have been instances where we've received complaints with respect to rats on construction sites. We've coordinated with the health department. We've gone out, done inspections, and we have shut the health department has shut the projects down until they can get the rat issue under control. Beyond that, there's not much that the building department has done. I'm not sure if Ms. Reese has anything to add, but it is a cooperative effort between the health and building department when, again, we hear or know of a complaint. Thank you.
And I apologize if I don't know your name. I'm just going to.
Sure.
And then you will be next.
Michael Rubenstein, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13. Regarding roadways and sidewalks, our constituents have expressed concerns about safety as well as the length of time required to repair specific hazards. I understand that DPW maintains a backlog of repair and restoration work for our roadways and sidewalks. Could you please explain how DPW sets priorities for work through that backlog, what the priorities are for fiscal year 24, how our current funding, including funding from the override, affect the rate at which DPW can catch up on deferred maintenance? And number 4, how can we best help our constituents understand the priority and the evolving status of repairs and restoration work that affect them directly?
Ms. Galantine.
Good evening, Erin Chute-Galantine, Commissioner of Public Works. I've received a couple questions around streets and sidewalks, so appreciate the opportunity to talk about our program. Street and sidewalk rehabilitation, reconstruction, repair are analyzed, prioritized, planned, and executed using both capital and operating resources, depending upon the scope and urgency of the work. So regarding our long-term roadway rehabilitation program, this is managed through the Engineering and Transportation Division. We completed a transportation and mobility plan in 2022. I encourage everyone to take a look at that. It's on our website, and it really talks about our prioritization process. And our intent really is to be very transparent and data-driven in terms of the condition of our roadways and how decisions are made. That plan is based upon a full roadway conditions assessment completed using a combination of smart device technology and artificial intelligence. The roadway segments are mapped and graded from one intersection to the next, and then recommended pavement preservation strategies are identified to maximize the public investment in the asset. So treatment and priorities, so getting to your priority question, is based upon conditions assessment, proximity to schools, commercial areas, affordable housing, commercial areas, et cetera. And we have a heat map that's been developed based on sort of those areas where we have high intense use and also vulnerable populations. A complete streets approach for access and usability of the public way for all. Input from the Bike Advisory Committee, Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and Transportation Board, and then also utilities work. What is planned with National Grid and Eversource and other public projects. And we also look at grant opportunities and other synergy with other projects. So currently our consultants estimate that we have over $50 million in deferred maintenance on the roadways and something between $4 and $5 million on the sidewalks. So historically, the town has been funding roadway rehabilitation with about $1.8 million in tax revenue, close to $1 million in state. So annually, we've had $2.8 million to complete that work, looking at a backlog of over 50 million. The override has allocated additional monies that'll be phased in over 3 years. so that we can regularly plan on what will be $5 million for roadway rehabilitation going forward. We're updating the conditions assessment this summer, and then we're going to in turn update the transportation and mobility plan accordingly. For your information, there are approximately 250 lane miles or 100 center lane miles that were evaluated. We have 149 miles of sidewalk and over 2,100 curb ramps. This season, we have work being completed on Tappan Street, Allendale Road, Jordan Road, Summit Ave, Kenwood Street, Russell Street, Walnut Street, Chestnut, and Short. Pending town meeting approval, we will also include Warren, Heath, Arlington, and Kensington Circle. We've also applied for a grant for full design and engineering services for St. Paul and Pleasant Street. We're waiting to hear on that. The sidewalk work is similarly prioritized. We have a full conditions assessment on the sidewalks. And so the town has really been focusing those contracts on ramps and accessibility, with our main focus right now being on safe routes to school. So on the maintenance side, this is managed through our highway and sanitation division. We receive those requests through emails, phone calls, and Brook Online. We're making some improvements to Brook Online, so I really do encourage you to use that app. And those come in, they are prioritized, and then maintenance crews go out. Sometimes they're grinding down trip hazards, putting in new panels. Each of those are assessed in terms of safety. What we need for resources, if we need, if we can coordinate asphalt or concrete loads, and those are done generally with in-house resources.
Thank you.
Thank you. Something about this? And I'm going to number our microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gentleman at microphone 2.
Hi, Harold Szymanski, Precinct 9. I'm also a lover of old fire stations, and I recognize that the fire station renovations seem to be on track. With Station 4 drawings in, I believe, and going out to bid, Station 1 is next in line. It was a $65 million debt exclusion. How are you thinking about floating the bonds for that? Obviously, it's supposed to be spent over the next 5 to 7.
Melissa, are you back online? Okay. Also, in terms of managing expectations, I'd like to end this session about half an hour, 45 minutes, because we have a lot of things to deal with.
Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. Just give me a minute. The debt service plan is also listed in our capital improvement plan, and you can see the schedule projected there. But if you give me a minute to call it up in my spreadsheet, I can give you what the current plan is. It's about 1 station a year that we're anticipating we'll be able to achieve. So year 1, about $18 million, assuming a 5.25% interest rate over 25 years. Then the following year, $14 million. The year after that, $14 million, then 9, and then 10. Obviously, it all depends on the progress of the project, but that's what we're currently projecting for debt service.
And what's the total?
Total debt service to the life of the.
Yeah.
I can, let me email you that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs.
Hi, I'm Patty Correa, Precinct 6. I was partially beat to the punch with a question about the swimming pool, or a possible swimming pool. I have a follow-up question, which is there any thought to advocate for funds to further this vision through the CPA funding process? Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Ms. Correa. So my name's Lee Jackson. I'm the Recreation Director here in town. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I would answer that that there is a possibility. The CPC did ask for recommendations from departments on potential projects, and this was sent forward as a potential project from my department. I will also share that the commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, also sent forward a letter showing interest for different projects that, that could possibly be used with CPC money. And I believe this was on their list as well. If you'd like to see that or contact me further, my email address is lmjackson@brooklinema.gov. Thank you.
Ms. Frias?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Valerie Frias, Precinct 13. My question is regarding ARPA funds, and with the new debt ceiling agreement, I'm wondering what ARPA funds are at risk for FY24, FY25 and beyond. Thank you.
Chaz Carey, Town Administrator. I looked over the House version that passed last night, a couple nights ago, and to my knowledge, I did not see state and local fiscal recovery funds as one of some of the funds that were cut. A number of different projects at the federal level were cut out of the American Rescue Plan Act, but not state and local fiscal recovery funds, which is section 9901, I think. So currently, fingers and toes crossed, we're in the clear.
Mr. Lebovitz?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Alec Lebovitz, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8. My question relates to the condition and maintenance backlog of Brookline Housing Authority properties. This is unfortunately an issue that's gained much attention over the last year, particularly in conjunction with the woefully inadequate state funding for maintenance at BHA properties. My question is what is the amount of town funds this year dedicated to maintenance BHA properties? How does that amount compare to the amount appropriated last year of local funds? And for my own edification, in what line item or line items do those funds appear? Thank you.
Mr. Carey, unless someone from the Housing Advisory Board is more.
Chaz Carey, Town Administrator. We can get you the document from the Community Development Block Grant budget, but that's where the town's share of money to the Housing Authority comes from. I will say CDBG, federal money, there's a two-tier structure to Brookline Housing Authority. There's state housing and there's federal housing. And while we obviously want to support our public housing department, really the money that the town provides as a pass-through to BHA comes from the Community Development Block Grant. So we can get you the specific numbers from the CDBG allocation, which I think was voted through a couple of weeks ago at the Select Board.
Thank you.
And I apologize for blanking on the name. I was told to get closer to the mic, so I take no responsibility. The gentleman at microphone 3.
Is that me?
Yes, I apologize for blanking on your name.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. John Bassett, Precinct 6. Could we have a report on the status of the Davis Path footbridge? Thank you.
Ms. Galantine?
Erin Chute Galantine, Commissioner of Public Works. So the Public Works Department completed a conceptual design on the Davis Path footbridge with a design review committee. It was really a robust process, a lot of terrific neighborhood involvement. Also, multiple boards and commissions were represented. Davis Path footbridge starts on Route 9. It goes through, sort of runs alongside Boylston Street Playground, up and over the MBTA tracks, and then comes over on the other side, close to Emerson Playground. So we had representation from the Park and Recreation Commission, Transportation Board. We had the Preservation Commission and also Disability Commission. And we had folks there that were affiliated with Bike Advisory and also Pedestrian Advisory. So we've completed the conceptual plan. We currently are working on working with the MBTA on approval of our plan and working over the MBTA line and what that height will be and getting their approval of our plan. We're also going to all of these boards and commissions, their full boards and commissions with the plans to get their support. And then our intent is to apply for a grant for construction. So that's where we are. I think we have a really great conceptual plan with a lot of buy-in, and we will continue moving forward.
Thank you. Woman over on microphone 4.
Good evening. My name is Jane Gilman. Madam Moderator, I have a couple of questions. Precinct 3, I'm sorry. One is with respect to the Carlton Street Bridge, which is very exciting. But I'm concerned when I walk by to see asphalt surfacing at the bridge on the riverside especially, where the runoff drains right into the muddy. And asphalt has a lot of chemicals in it and pollutants. And I'm wondering if permeable paving surface was considered for that spot and whether it is a consideration in other such spaces. Should I ask my second question now or?
Is it for Ms.
Thank you.
Galantine as well? Is it?
My other question goes to parking permits on our streets for residents. We live in a no parking between 8 and 10 zone.
Okay, then we will address that separately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Erin Chute Galantine, Commissioner of Public Works. So the Carlton Street footbridge renovation project and accessibility improvements is nearing completion. We will be opening this summer. Expect a kind of a soft opening, and then we'll have some type of grand celebration in the fall. So look to that. We did not consider porous pavement for this project, and we're really just restoring the pathway up to the bridge, and now a new path that goes from the stairs to what is an accessible ramp on both sides of the bridge. However, so that was not considered for this path. We also do have a full path that is 11 feet wide that runs down the entire length of the Riverway Park. So it is a surface that we use for a lot of our sort of multimodal paths. That's both a bike and ped path. We do, however, use porous pavement in some of our park applications. So we used it when we renovated Downs Field. We put in porous pavers out here at Cypress. So both the plaza and sort of the boulevard that goes across the park by the playground is porous. So we are often looking for alternate materials so that we can infiltrate rainwater and minimize our footprint on the environment. Thank you.
Relating to the parking, is that under the Transportation Administration or is that back to you, Ms. Galantine?
So I'm going to ask our Director of Engineering and Transportation to come down, but I think it may depend upon the question.
Okay, it has to do with parking permits for residents.
If I might refine the question, Madam Moderator. Thank you. So we live in an area that's very dense and there are signs, no parking between 8 and 10, which we assume is to discourage commuters from parking. There are also a lot of town granted special permits for employees, especially at Temple Ojai Shalom. My question is whether residents could be given a special permit to park between the hours of 8 and 10. So that we might be able to unload groceries and such and not have to go around the block and park because it's not yet 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to defer to our Director of Engineering and Transportation.
Madam Moderator, through you, Rob King, Director of Engineering and Transportation for the town of Brookline. Nice to see everyone. I think the short answer that I would give, and I appreciate the question, there are certainly extenuating circumstances that the department works with the Transportation Board on to help residents solve issues like the one that you highlighted. I would say generally for a 10 or 15-minute park and drop off the groceries, I anticipate that the enforcement would be a little bit lax in that area, but it's really to prevent people from parking for long periods of time. But I would encourage you to give our office a call. I have cards with me tonight. We're happy to talk through what the needs are that you have and then talk through what the approach might be to have that request heard before the Transportation Board.
Thank you very much.
We have someone at microphone number 1.
Judith Leichner, Precinct 16. I did write to Commissioner Galantine earlier today because I'm interested in the implementation of the tree bylaw that we passed last fall. I've noticed a number of mature trees being cut down. One of the saddest is right across from Driscoll School. As you remember, the Keep Club from the Driscoll School, the kids lobbied us to pass the bylaw which we did, and then they watched 6 mature trees being cut down a week ago. And they're very sad and confused about this. But I'm wondering, how is this being implemented? Who's in charge of this? Where are complaints made? And in particular, if someone is not getting a demo permit or a building permit, how do we make sure that those, if somebody's just cutting down trees, that happens? Is there a place to report? Should there be publicity about reporting? Whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin Chute-Galentine, Commissioner of Public Works. Thank you for the question. So in November, town meeting passed a tree protection bylaw. The approved articles from the November special town meeting, they were submitted to the AG's office in January, and they were approved by the AG's office in April. In the meantime, Ms. Jocelyn Murphy, who was lead petitioner, provided draft rules and regulations based upon the town of Concord's rules. Thank you very much. And the draft has been shared and edited by planning, building, engineering, and parks, with discussions about process, about approvals, our permit software, Acela, and how to incorporate that into that software. So the intent is to submit the draft rules and regulations to town council for their review in June, so this month, and to go to the select board July or August, depending upon their schedule, while streamlining the review process and setting up the tree protection account. So we're hoping to be applying the bylaw come September. That is our plan. There certainly are some processes that we've been talking about in different scenarios that need to be worked out so that there aren't situations that are missed because potentially they're not seeking a building permit, et cetera. So we have been talking through those, and but certainly any questions or concerns that you have, I suggest that you call the Parks and Open Space Division, and they'll be glad to take a look at it and also see whether what's happening on that site might fall within a review under our existing erosion control bylaw. So there is some review that we have, some review authority there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 3. No, 2.
Whatever number I am. My name is Laura Baines Walsh. I am also precinct 16. And my question is related to some of the questions that were asked earlier about 40Bs. We have heard lots of discussion about issues with trash, issues with rats, issues with not adequate electricity for these new buildings, and of course, the heartbreaking stories of evictions. And so my question is, how is occupancy permits being issued in these conditions? Where is the town's responsibility in all of this? Because it keeps sounding like, well, that's not our job. That's not our job. My question is, whose job is it?
That doesn't relate to 40Bs in particular. It
can
goes
be
back to
broader.
the building department to enforce the building code. So Mr. Bennett, you are back up. The answer has effectively been given, however, so.
So Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. When a new building is constructed, we review it for zoning compliance and building code compliance. And under the building code, you have energy, plumbing, gas, electrical, mechanical, and sprinkler and so forth. And that again is another, cooperative effort between fire department for sprinkler and fire alarm, DPW for water service and sewer service, health department if there's a kitchen facility. So those are the parameters, and that's the box, that we work in. We're provided plans that are done by design professionals, and we perform periodic inspections during the construction process. At the end of the project, we get final affidavits from these design professionals that indicate that the building is ready for occupancy. We do our inspections. Multiple other departments do those inspections, and then a certificate of occupancy or just temporary certificate of occupancy is issued. And this does not just pertain to 40Bs, it pertains to any new building, in town. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, but that's the box that I, work in. If there's something outside of that, I can, do my best to assist.
I guess I'm kind of confused that if a building doesn't have adequate power so that it has to siphon off from others, how is it safe or appropriate for people to move in?
I'm not aware of buildings new buildings siphoning power off of other buildings. We, again,
I'm sorry, this was addressed earlier. It was an issue that Mr. Bennett said he was going to look into.
I just want to reiterate one thing if I could. We're responsible, the utility provides the power to the meter. We're responsible for after the meter. So whatever the utility provides to the meter, we have no jurisdiction over the utility. They're separate, they're independent, and we have no.
So they don't have to prove that there's adequate power?
On our side, the wiring inspector ties in, he calls in a UA number, the utility turns on the power, and we're done.
So if Eversource says it's good to go, even if it's not.
Okay,
it's
excuse
I'm
me.
just trying to
I
figure it
don't.
out.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can't speak for Eversource.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Jessica Stokes, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7. I have a clarifying question for Commissioner Galantine, and then if I understood you correctly, I have a follow-up question. I believe Commissioner Galantine said that a consultant assessed $50 million in deferred maintenance on roadways, and yet we only have $5 million available in this year's budget to perform that maintenance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. So there is a delta of $45 million in assessed maintenance needed on our roadways. If that is the case, I'm curious to know how town leadership assessed this overall infrastructure need across other budgetary needs across departments.
That is for Mr. Carey. You are free, Ms. Galantine. Temporarily.
Chaz Carey, Town Administrator. Thank you for that question. As you recall, Commissioner Galantine said initially that number was 2.8 million. It was even lower. We were at a position, if you read the 2022 Transportation and Mobility Study, there's a graphic, and that graphic is reprinted in the budget book for this year in talking about the override priorities. It's a graph that demonstrates if we continue to fund at 2.8 million on a year, what happens to the conditions of our roads? And it goes like, you're looking this way, it goes like this, it goes down. We are not keeping up with the increased needs, and it just creates a kind of cascading issue. So what we did with the override, understanding that town resources are limited, town capacity for growth is limited, Prop 2.5 caps it, and the override, even though it was really a watershed moment in terms of providing for town services, for which we are very grateful for the community's support. We wanted to get to a point where at the base budget, we were at parity. We were not at a point where the numbers were going to go down. We were at a point where we could maintain at the current state. And then any additional windfall, whether that is from grants, whether that is from increased state aid, wherever, that can be put towards the purposes set forth in the 2022 study, so that we are not just treading water, but we are slowly clawing back the roads. I would note that this is a problem that is not unique to Brookline. Many communities across Massachusetts, large and small, have been coming to grips with the fact that roads and complete streets in particular have been chronically underfunded. I spoke to someone in Somerville recently that said their current 100-year plan basically means that by the time they're done with getting past through their maintenance backlog, they will be back exactly where they started. So we are not alone in this fight, but I'm very grateful to have a team with DPW that has been proactive in analyzing what the number is, what's the bare minimum we need to stay where we are, and how we can kind of be opportunistic in seeking out opportunities to get above that, so that we're not just maintaining, we're actually improving. So now we're at that space, and I'm excited to see where we go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The speaker at microphone 2.
Thank you. Clint Richmond, Precinct 6.
I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Clint Richmond,
Oh, Clint. Okay. The mask. Yes.
Precinct 6. I just want to follow up on my colleague, Ms. Gilman's comments. I want to commend the.
I'm sorry. Please direct your question to me.
All right. I will direct my comment. I want to commend the DPW for the concrete path that we have at Cypress, but I want to point out that there are other opportunities to reduce toxics, and it's something we've been talking about on the PFAS task force, which if you read the report, you'll learn more about. Hope we'll have some environmental purchasing policies in place eventually. Anyway, my question that I came up for was native plants are required to support other native species such as pollinators and birds. this is something I want to encourage all of us to do as residents. I wanted to ask DPW briefly about the use of native plants on our open spaces and streetscapes, especially in ongoing operations and upcoming capital projects.
Okay, that is being referred over to. Yes, an unknown woman.
Hi, good evening. Alexandra Vecchio. I'm the Director of Parks and Open Space. Thank you, Clint, for the question. So our division does consider multiple factors when we're thinking about our planting plans for any new construction projects or rehabilitation projects. So we are trying to prioritize native species. We're also considering access to water and irrigation, drought tolerance, resilience to our changing climate, of course. And we also consider the context of the spaces themselves. Is it a historical landscape? Is it an active or passive recreation area? Is it going to be highly utilized by children, dogs? So there's lots of different factors that go into it. But I would say that kind of a prime example of where we've really have recently utilized native plantings is at Fisher Hill Park. That was really the basis for that project. And then species and other shrubs and perennials, trees were all kind of built around that basis of the native plantings. Our landscape architecture team in my division has also developed nearly 100 list of native plantings that are also beneficial for pollinator gardens. And we are starting to pilot some public-private partnerships between ourselves, neighborhood associations, condos associations that allows for us to install those. The most recent one is at Gibbs in Naples. We're also working with the Lincoln School and some members of Mothers Out Front for an additional pollinator garden near the main library. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to take 3 more questions and then we're going to move on to schools because I'm sure there will be some questions there. Person at microphone 3.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Bettina Neuefein. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 1. I have 2 questions which are related, one of which may spill over into schools, so I'll put them out there and you can decide who should answer my questions. The first one, I come at from a place of appreciation for all of the work being done in furtherance of the Complete Streets work. As a bike commuter, I'm often a broken record on this subject about how difficult it is for different modalities of users to share the road space and how unsafe it is in particular for cyclists and pedestrians. So I really appreciate the work being done. My question is anybody working on, and if so, could they speak to what is being done in the interim to help educate people about how safely to share the road and the public way and the sidewalks when there are not yet dedicated spaces and protected spaces, particularly as I observe on a daily basis that people are simply not paying attention at all. And they're on their cell phones and not looking up. And this seems to be something to me that also spills over into schools and something that should be part of health education, of driver education, and something ideally starting early on. Which leads me to my second question, which is about the funding and planning for the health curriculum, which
we will leave that for Dr. Guillory.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm going to, Ms. Galantine, do you want to take that or delegate it? Mr. King seems willing to address it, so.
Madam Moderator, once again, Rob King, Director of Engineering and Transportation. I appreciate the question. I also want to recognize Amy Ingalls, our new Transportation Administrator that joined the town about a month and a half, 2 months ago, with tremendous experience from some other communities in the private sector. So those are some of the things that we're actually talking about right now. We're having those conversations with Bike Advisory as well. One item that I would love to highlight is there was recently a grant opportunity through Mass DOT for those signs that you're talking to about sharing the road and the distance that needs to be provided between a bike rider and a passenger vehicle. And so we actually have a grant application that we're going to be submitting for roughly 60 of those signs. And then we'll be installing those on some of our busier corridors to help educate people through that process. We also want to work through social media. DPW is beginning to ramp up our social media presence. We have some new folks that are working on the Twitter account for the transportation team, and we're starting to push out things just like that. So I appreciate the comment, and we're willing to do more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. First of all, I would like to thank.
Excuse me, who are you?
Oh, Jocelyn Murphy, Precinct 16. My apologies. I would like to thank all of the department heads who are sitting in the front row and those in the back corner, because, you know, I certainly recognize the hard work that they do. So thank you all very much. I appreciate your work. So I would like to follow up on Director Reese's comments regarding rodent control. I was really pleased to hear that the town is now considering the use of contrapest, which of course is a rodent control measure that's non-lethal to to rats and others. I'm also pleased to hear that the town is reducing the use of second generation anti-coagulant rodenticides, which of course are what kill predators of rats. Recently, you may have seen the story of the bald eagle that died because of the use of that rodenticide. So I'm very happy to hear that. I was asked if Director Reese, if you so please, could provide more details on how this is being accomplished. And I'm also aware, my other question is that I'm also aware that in the 5 months that the modern pest electrocution boxes have been used, they've only reduced the rat population, according to the town's website, by a total of 340 rats, which by my Runkle School math was at a cost of approximately $110 a rat. Now that you have now that the town has data from these boxes that show the hotspots in town, for example, Coolidge Corner, I think there are 1 or 2 others. I'm wondering whether the team has considered a plan that more aggressively deploys contrapest in those areas and reduces the use of inhumane electrocution boxes. And my final question is for town, I believe it's for town council, moderator, of course, it's your determination, regarding the tree preservation bylaw. A question was just asked about its implementation. And we know that the bylaw is in effect because it was approved by the Attorney General, but the implementing rules and regulations haven't been adopted. So my question is whether the bylaw can be enforced, notwithstanding the fact that those rules haven't been implemented yet. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Ms. Reese first, and then Mr. Callanan, you can prepare.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Sigal Reese, Director of Public Health and Human Services. I think definitely one of our challenges is evaluation of how effective our strategies are. And I did look up the number. The number as of today is 388 for the modern pest system. Agree with you that that number is far lower than we wanted and anticipated. So like I said in my initial remarks, constantly evaluating the appropriate strategies to use, but understand that evaluation is very difficult because we don't know what the baseline data is out there and what we're really battling. We have targeted the same hotspots with the contrapest, and that has already been deployed out in the community, and with the strategy that we want to use this multitude of approaches, as many approaches as we can, to be as effective as we can. If that answers the question.
Mr. Callanan?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Joe Callanan, Town Council. I've discussed implementation of the tree bylaw with Commissioner Galantine, and my preference is that we wait until people have notice and opportunity to see the rules and regulations, as opposed to spring on residents that the bylaw was effective in April, so therefore we're going to start fining you in May. We have draft rules that she is working on. They're coming to my office in the next couple of weeks. So we're hoping that they could go before the select board. We could have that public process and have people aware of what the rules are that they're supposed to be following before we start finding people under that new bylaw.
Thank you. And our last speaker on departmental heads, and then we'll turn to the schools.
Hi, thanks, Madam Moderator. Amanda Zimmerman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7. My question
comes by way of a lot of constituents who don't usually follow town politics, but have asked about this, and it has to do with Cypress Field. We in town meeting constantly have this discussion of turf versus natural grass. And now we sort of have a experiment live. Cypress Field just opened recently. Everyone was very excited. For those who have not been there recently or tried to play sports on it, you'll realize it is quickly thinning and uneven in a lot of spaces. And sometimes if you are playing on it, you can get yourself caught in a dust cloud. And so I'm wondering if we have a plan to deal with high use natural grass fields to try to increase their usage or better protect them against deterioration.
Ms. Galantine. And then we'll be going to Dr. Guillory. You'll be speaking shortly if you want to come to the front.
Erin Galantine, Commissioner of Public Works. So this is a little bit of an experiment, actually. This is a high use athletic field with lights. It has a very sophisticated drainage system that was constructed as part of the renovation. And we too have noticed the thinning of the turf. So a couple things on that is we've completed a full athletic field sort of assess master plan looking at usage on athletic fields and in our overall maintenance program. We have a very rigorous organic maintenance program of our athletic fields. So we're top dressing, we're aerating, we're fertilizing, we're seeding. But with use and without rest, we will continue to see those spots wear down. So that's, we have the program, but without closing the field and rest, which is incredibly difficult to do because we don't have enough athletic fields for the athletes that we have, all ages. We will continue to see deterioration on the field. So we do have 4 synthetic turf fields. They get a lot of use from the high school. And I know that Alexandra is currently working on the replacement at Skyline with the most environmentally friendly option that is currently out there right now in terms of recyclability and natural infill. But having athletic fields that regularly wear unless we close these natural grass fields or reduce use is going to be kind of the continuous cycle that we're in.
Okay, thank you. We are now going to turn to the schools, items 21 and 22 on table 1. I encourage people to take their seats because Dr. Guillory is going to come address us on the state of the schools. Welcome, Dr. Guillory.
Good evening. Great to be here with you tonight. And before I begin, I want to thank certainly our budget managers who have put quite a bit of time, attention into preparing this budget. I want to thank.
I apologize, but could you tell us who you are?
That's right. I messed up, Madam Moderator. Linus Guillory, Superintendent of Schools. Proud to be here with you tonight. I want to begin by thanking our budget managers for their hard work in preparing the budget. A special shout out to Ruth and Quinn Burdell, a financial consultant that was working with us in absence of a full-time Deputy Superintendent of Administration and Finance. Certainly to our senior staff, our departmental budget directors, our school staff, faculty, staff, principals, as well as the thoughtful process that we engaged with the advisory committee, select board, and the school committee, as well as town school partnership. So with that, the agenda that we're going to walk through tonight, next slide, will be to review the school district mission, look at some highlights from school year 22-23, talk a little bit about the budget for 23-24, and then close with our capital projects. Next slide, please. So our PSB mission is to ensure that every student develops the skills and knowledge to pursue a productive and fulfilling life, to participate thoughtfully in a democracy, as well as succeed in a diverse and evolving global society. This is what we aim and aspire to do as a system. Next slide, please. Every decision we make is grounded in improving access and opportunities for our students. The priorities that we set forth and work on diligently are supporting and guiding our students to future success, ensuring our students are engaged in a high quality curriculum and education. We want to strengthen our culture of care. We've all gone through a horrific pandemic and are coming out of that, but still certainly grappling with those issues. We want to eliminate barriers that are systemically facing our students. And the question then becomes, how do we see our students to, through, and beyond graduation? So how do we support them in their quest for lifelong learning? When we look at, next slide, please. When we think about, and you can cue up the video now. When we think about the 22-23 school year, we've instituted a practice at each school committee that we begin with what's called a spotlight on excellence. We like to ground each meeting with highlighting some aspect of what students have done that really stand out, or what our faculty and staff have done to start out our meeting. And with that, we will take a quick look at the video. Known as the Spotlight on Excellence. Spotlight on Excellence. Spotlight on Excellence. Physics Circuit Project. Driscoll School Keep Club. School Mock Trial Team.
The rough and rolling readers. Printing and design is that you can actually hold something that you designed. It's
systems trial organization and how judges and juries interpret laws and amendments. So they could feel free to express all of their emotions, even on days that weren't so great.
We're becoming a part of the youth climate movement, which is really exciting.
Students with any questions they had about their work and just help them stay generally engaged.
You found a sprout.
No barriers for kids to be a part of our community.
Learn about how to be a good friend and how to resolve conflict in our daily lives. It's a really cool experience to be able to do it with all these amazing girls.
For Brookline High School. So well done, guys.
To our hearts and incredibly impactful and powerful in the transformative process for families and children.
So what you see, or what you've seen a short glimpse of, is highlighting or pulling up the wonderful things that are happening in our classrooms. And we give a huge shout out to our teachers for their hard work and diligence in working and pushing our students forward. The Spotlight on Excellence is an opportunity, and what teachers are telling me now is, I tune into school committee because I'm learning what my peers are doing across the organization, and it gives me ideas of how I can become a better educator or how I can partner with them to engage in that particular work. Next slide, please. Next slide. So when we look at FY24, we, as I shared, we've had an opening in our administration and finance office. So I'm pleased to introduce now our new Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Jody Fortuna, who's here in the front row with me tonight. And then our incoming Deputy Superintendent of Administration, Dr. Susan Gibbons, is in the back tonight. And these are two veteran educators that we are bringing on board to support the educational endeavors here in the public schools of Brookline. Next slide. So when we think about our path forward, the common theme that you will see emerging on the next few slides is decision-making informed by data. How do we move our system forward? How do we advance it for all students? But we must do that in a way that is informed by information that will help us make the best decisions just in time or future forward for our students. So when we look at three broad priorities here, every child achieving and excellence for all across multiple domains. And with that, we have broken into three subcategories: academic rigor, social emotional learning and mental health, equitable access for all students. When we look at item 2, addressing operational challenges, how do we have a budget and capital planning project that is sustainable? And then looking at our personnel development, how do we onboard, grow, maintain, and retain our wonderful faculty and staff? And last but not least, strategic planning for the future. How do we go from a system of schools to a school system, and then developing our PSB strategy or strategic plan? Next slide, please. So when we think about academic rigor, again, the common theme is this data-informed decision-making. We want to make sure that we are looking at all of our programs and getting reviews on those. So we have here listed a short stint of a short review, our listing of the number of reviews that have already been underway in this school year: the ELE, or English Language Education, the Child Study Team, Middle School Scheduling, World Language Review, Social Studies Review, as well as a Health Sex Education Review. We'll look at what are the glows, or what do we get positive feedback on, and then what are the recommendations for improving instruction across the board. Some of these curriculum reviews will continue. They started over the summer and will continue moving forward. We want to make sure that our curriculum frameworks are aligned with both the states and national standards. We will be making sure that we look at cross-curricular learning opportunities as well, and then thinking about differentiated instruction and inclusive classroom instruction, again, on the front line where every child is going through. Next slide, please. When we look at social emotional learning and health, mental health, again, how do we leverage the data to inform decision-making across the board? The research shows that our social emotional learning platform improves academic performance by 11 to 17%. So this notion of school belonging, I feel safe in school. I feel like school is a supportive place for me. Those are two of the strongest indicators for academic health of our students. And we want to make sure that we continue looking at this data longitudinally and improving our practices to improve student outcomes. And then looking at school teams, how do they use this data to better support our students and their whole learning? Next slide, please. When we think about equitable access for all students, again, thinking about the public schools of Brookline, Brookline is a high-performing district. We are a high-performing organization, and we are that for a vast majority of our students, but we're not that system for all of our students. And so we must think about what are the challenges with equity in our system, and then how do we address that head on so that we can improve the outcomes for so that we can improve the disparate outcomes for multiple populations, our students with disabilities, our Black and Brown students, our low-income students. So this notion of the opportunity gap, how do we eradicate that in the public schools of Brookline? Next slide, please. When we think about our budget and capital planning, again, and sustainability, the emphasis here is delivering a timely and accurate budget that is compliant. We want to make sure we've shifted our budget reporting documents to include all funds, and that was reflected in our budget book this year, as well as including a detailed review of the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan. We've also standardizing the format for our quarterly reports so that those are recognizable as well. We are thinking about how do we tie all of these pieces together. So it's not central office separate from schools, but then how does this tie into our school improvement plans and how do they connect to the broader budget? And we're making sure that our plan is to return our BEEP sites that are in satellite places, return those back to our school buildings. And again, this notion of deferred maintenance, how do we catch up on those things that we're far behind on? Next slide, please. And I shared that our goal is to become a school system rather than a system of independent schools. So we want to look at how do we unify practices and processes across schools? How do we use student level data to inform instruction? So how do we have similar learning experiences across all schools? And then what are the assessments that will give us feedback about how our students are doing? Next slide, please. I'm pleased to say that we are deep in the throes of a strategic planning process that we are using the DESE Planning for Success model. And again, this notion of using all of the reviews that we've undertaken this year to coalesce into a strategy that we'll use for the next 3 to 5 years to guide our work and direction. We're looking at, again, our data. What is our data telling us? But then what's the vision of PSB that we want for our students going forward? What's the experience that we want our families to have? And that's what we're undertaking right now. Next slide, please. As we look forward to FY24, next slide, the budget that we have are coming forth with now is $130,702,376. This budget continues the established educational programs while exploring potential improvements of service at our service delivery methods. One of these aspects is a redesign of our world language program. We also are wanting to maintain our investments in early education, educational equity, ELE, and social, emotional, and academic learning that we talked about earlier. This budget will also provide expanded staffing for our athletics program, increasing bus transportation down in South Brookline, and then adding staff to our student services division to more efficiently manage and maintain our students' needs. And so again, student services, for those that don't know, is special education, nursing, counseling, et cetera. Next slide, please. In spite of significant budget pressures, overall, the PSB budget has grown by 4% when compared to the previous year. Next slide. When we look at our 5 principal expense categories: personnel, supplies, contracted services, other expenses, and equipment. Again, this shows the breakdown that the largest portion of our budget does sit in the personnel line item. Next slide, please. And we will close with our capital investments. Next slide. Here's the current look of Driscoll, the 2 stacked photos that you see. Again, Driscoll began construction in September of 21 and will be opening this fall. Next slide, please. Brookline High School, this fine establishment in which we sit this evening, 22 Tappan, as you know, opened last year. It was completed and operational as of last February. The 3rd floor space over in the original building is now at its completed status. And the quad is at 99% completion. There's some pointing of bricks that has to occur there, and that will be complete. Next slide. We want to thank Brookline voters as well as town meeting members for supporting the debt exclusion for the Pierce project, and that anticipated completion date is July of 2027. And with that, Madam Moderator, that concludes the PSB budget presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Dr. Guillory? Please come to the front. Microphone number 2.
Good evening, Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, precinct 10. And my question about the school budget is what percentage of it is devoted to mental health services? And could you give us a breakdown of the kinds of positions covered in that? And do you feel like it's adequate for the mental health needs that you're seeing in the schools right now? And if it's not, what the gap is? Thank you.
Linus Giller, Superintendent of Schools. I'll come back with a specific breakdown on that, but the types of resources that we have in there are certainly our guidance counselors, our school adjustment counselors. We have also rearranged our counseling department for greater support and alignment, and as well as adding additional social workers. So at this juncture, we feel that, and with the addition of the additional K-8 director for special education, we do feel that we have now taken the review that we had in special education, or student services, I'm sorry, and now have this budget allows us to provide the necessary resources and supports there. But I'll have to get back with you on the specific numbers.
Microphone 3. I apologize for not remembering your name.
That's all right. Good evening. This is Bettina Neuefind. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 1. I'm a parent of 3 teenagers who have gone through, one of whom has completed going through the schools, and was a longtime member of the Wellness Committee before the pandemic shut down the schools. And at that time was very involved with attempting to, this was before you were with us, Dr. Guillory, but assist the school staff in their efforts to provide more and more expansive health education opportunities and mental health supports for the students. And at that time, it was heavily concentrated in the high school ages. And I believe, based on a recent conversation with the current director of health curriculum, that continues to be the case, that there are far greater resources in terms of time and emphasis in the higher grades. And she shared with me that it would be very welcome to be able to expand that into the elementary school grades. And so I really wanted to make a case for that, in particular, in light of what you were talking about. The need for safe and supportive school environments is something that I think is really critical, both for students and for the adults in the building. And I think in light of the extremely stressful couple of years behind us, I think, that's become abundantly clear, I think, across the board and not just sort of among a subset of students. So my question is sort of in your planning, are elementary students included in this, and specifically kids who are gender diverse and other kids who are unlikely to sort of fit in and be part of the, I think, what is the sort of the default understanding in potentially dated health curricula that really need to be updated in order for those students to, in fact, feel safe and supported in schools.
Thank you for your question, Linus Giller, Superintendent of Schools. One of the programs that is actually under review is the health education curriculum. And so we look forward to gathering that information, focus groups, et cetera, that will give us input into the direction that needs to go, but that is definitely on the horizon for us.
Thank you.
Dr. Guillory, you don't have to introduce yourself every time. We now know who you are. So, microphone number 4.
Hi, good evening. Karen Ambrose, Precinct 4. Just a special thank you to the entire school staff and administrators. Thank you for all of your advocacy and everything you do. My question is in relation to sexuality training programs, maybe piggybacking off of the previous question. However, that is a growing need in our special education population. And it's my understanding that there is a proposal on the table that is just in the process of seeking approvals. Would you happen to have an update on that?
Do you have any information? I'm going to call up Dr. Fortuna to respond to that, Ms. Ambrose.
Jody Fortuna, Deputy Superintendent for Teaching and Learning. Our sex education curriculum, our sexual health curriculum is one of those programs that is under review. We are discussing expanding that down to our students as early as in 5th grade.
No, microphone 2.
Yes, John Rumpler, Precinct 11. Two questions regarding the school budget. First is, are there funds allocated to prevent lead contamination of schools' drinking water? In my day job, I am the Clean Water Program Director for Environment America and the co-author of a national report, Get the Lead Out, which has documented widespread contamination of lead of schools' drinking water across the Commonwealth and across the country. And of course, we know that lead damages the way kids learn, grow, and behave. The good news is that there is state and federal funding available to help school districts. So I'm hoping we can allocate some funding to ensure that our kids are drinking safe water. My second question returns to a perennial topic that we've heard a lot tonight, and that is rats.
I'm sorry.
But it's
No.
related to the schools, here, Madam Moderator. Specifically with the Driscoll School demolition, some of my constituents living near there are
I'm
concerned.
sorry, we're not addressing rats anymore. You can call Dr. Bennett directly, but we are not addressing rats anymore.
My apologies. I thought it was under the control of the school department. Is it
Not at all.
with Driscoll? Okay.
But your first question can be answered, yes.
Charlie Simmons, Director of Buildings. The schools all have filters, water filters on all their drinking devices. They've been installed for at least 4 years. It takes out all lead, chlorine, and all the other contaminants.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, I think my colleague over there at that microphone 1 has been
Oh,
waiting before.
I'm sorry. Yes, I did not see you. Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Laura Baines Walsh, Precinct 16, and proud parent of 2 public school students here in Brookline. My question to you has to do with studies of enrollment. As we've been discussing in earlier points tonight, South Brookline has been experiencing a great deal of growth. There's going to be something like 450 new units in Hancock Village coming online in January. There seems to be a lot of questions and challenges about what plans the school department has to accompany or to deal with this growth and growth in enrollment that's going to surely come with all of these new units coming online. Can you speak to an enrollment study that you intend to launch in the near term and how you plan to manage the inevitable growth that we're already seeing in South Brookline?
Thank you. So I think on the last slide before I got into capital improvements, and I didn't say it publicly, so I appreciate your question there, but we are going to do commission some enrollment studies in next school year. That's part of what we're committed to. The enrollment process that we've utilized this last 2 years is looking at historical, as well as some of the older reports that were done, like Cropper McKibben, but those were ruled invalid with the onset of the pandemic. So we've been using cohort survival methods and those types of things to look at enrollment, but certainly thinking about all of the many projects that Brookline has in store, then what can we expect, what pressures can we expect on the school buildings going forward? So we are planning to leverage the partnerships that we have with some of the state organizations, but then also looking at commissioning one specifically for Brookline, given the number of projects that we have going on.
Thank you. The Baker community looks forward to finding out what you're going to discover.
Okay.
Good evening, Jane
Yes.
Gilman, Precinct 3. Madam Moderator, I have a couple of comments, if I may. One goes to your excellent presentation, Dr. Gilroy. Thank you so much. Happy you're at the helm, but I'm a little sad by the repeated use of the word data and how much of your presentation rests on data, because not everything that matters is captured by data. And in particular, I'm thinking of the mental health crisis at all levels of education. And I think it's great that kids are graduating and going to college, excuse me. But if we want a happy citizenry and a productive citizenry, that will come out of a happy self. And to paraphrase Gloria Steinem, self-esteem isn't everything, but without it, nothing else matters. So we have statistics you can pick up in a newspaper about the suicides, about the self-harm, about anxiety, fear, despair, that many of us feel too. This on top of the pandemic and the climate crisis. So I wanted to have some comfort that addressing these fundamental problems without which nothing else matters are being amply addressed, and that our system and our educators are not focused only on data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So I appreciate your feedback there. The notion of data-informed instruction, actually a large part of what you're addressing shows up in our social emotional data and information there. But this notion of this school belonging aspect of it, that's what that encapsulates, and that's the lens that we're working on. So we have an entire department working to address that and keeping a close eye on that as well.
Ms. Benka?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Carla Benka, Town Meeting Member from Precinct 14. I'm interested in learning a little bit more about your strategic planning process. And I imagine there's quite a bit of outreach going on with different school communities. But I'm also wondering whether there will be any opportunity for those of us who no longer have kids in the public schools to attend some of those sessions and get updated on what's going on in the public schools of Brookline.
Absolutely. Great question as well, and follows a meeting that I actually had earlier today with a principal and a parent group thinking about how we get the greater community involved in the process. So we have approximately a group of about 40 planning members from representing various groups in Brookline. And so the next notion is, now that the work we've assembled the work groups and the themes are emerging, is now sharing that out with the larger community and getting your feedback and input on that. So we expect that to start this summer, through the summer months.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman in microphone 1.
Hi, good evening, Dr. Gilroy. This is Jeffrey Benson, Precinct 3. Some people know the MCAS stands for the Massachusetts Comprehensive Assessment System, and it was never meant to be just a test that it's been reduced to. And I'm interested in the part about being data-driven, about what other forms of achievement can we hope to hear that the school is considering to share with us about our students besides their academic test scores, because achievement is many things. And I'm wondering, just kind of whet our appetite, what we might expect to hear from the schools about the other ways our students achieve.
Thank you again. So what I hope you were gathering from notions of the spotlight on excellence, those notions of project-based learning, certainly the numerous field trips and experiential learning experiences that our students engage in, that notion of some of the students are actually here tonight learning about government in action, so observing what's happening in this room. So that notion of how do we get immersed within our community here locally in Brookline, but also the community at large. So those are the types of experiences that our students are having. And certainly when we think about our teachers and the creativity they bring to the table, it's not all about test scores. I'll say this to you all, since you brought it up. One of my mentors down in Texas will call me and say, well, Linus, when is your state assessment? And I said, well, Dr. Johnson, actually, I don't even know, because we don't emphasize or focus on it in that way. And I think that's very telling of the community and the expectations here, that that's one part or one piece of what we do. but it's not all we do, and it's not the focus. And so, and I hope that you see, I don't think you saw the word or the acronym MCAS anywhere in this presentation either. And that was very intentional.
Thank you. I'm really hoping that you'll be able to share with all of us that as much as we get here about the MCAS score. So good luck with that. Thank you.
Ms. Wu.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Chi-Chi Wu, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7, and thank you, Dr. Guillory, for being here tonight, for your excellent presentation, and to you and your team for all the hard work you do on behalf of Brookline students. As you know, my other hat is I'm the chair of the steering committee of the Brookline Asian American Family Network. One of our top priorities is trying to increase and retain teachers of color in the Brookline schools. Our Asian American students are 1 in 5 students in the Brookline schools, and certainly in terms of teachers and staff, there is nowhere near 1 in 5 teachers are AAPI. And so that's been a big priority of us for decades now. We had heard that even with the passage of the operating override, there was going to be a deficit of $1.5 million or thereabouts, and that still would result in reductions in force. My question to you is, how has that impacted teacher diversity and the number of teachers of color, given the unfortunate phenomenon that teachers of color are often last hired, first fired? Thank you.
Yes, and we actually thank you, Ms. Wu, for that question. So in terms of, so the notion was the operating override. So we tried to do our level best to communicate that even with the operating override, we still would have to make reductions. And part of that is alignment with enrollment trends and patterns there also. And what we attempted to do was be very careful about staff reductions impacting certainly staff of color. But because everything was all lumped together, we had the reductions in force, but we also had the normal staff changes for folks that are matriculating out of the system. But for the specific numbers, I'll ask my HR team to pull those up, but we're being very careful with maintaining and working towards our diversity and actually increasing that, and have engaged in a number of diversity recruiting events as well.
Mr. Lynn Jones.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. And I have a question regarding the redesign of the Elementary World Language Program. Back in 2007, I served on a committee that the Public Schools of Brookline convened to redesign the early world language program. That program had existed before 2007, funded by a grant, and had been terminated when that grant ran out. But one of your predecessors, in a moment of extreme candor, said the program was so bad that even if the grant had been renewed, he would have terminated the program. So our committee came up with an ambitious recommendation for a new early world language program that was scaled back somewhat by the new superintendent and placed on the ballot for an operating override in 2008. Much to our chagrin, it was separate from the main operating override, but we were pleasantly surprised that it was approved by the voters, even though it was a separate question, much like our 2A and 2B this year. So my question is, that was about 15 years ago, in the evaluation, which I assume is ongoing or has been undertaken, what have we learned about that elementary world language program? And what does what do the Public Schools of Brookline hope to achieve through the redesign that you mentioned of the EWL program? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fortuna.
Thank you for your question. We have just completed, we don't even have the written report yet, a review of our world language program. We had a center called Pearl from the University of Maryland come down and conduct the evaluation. And a couple of really great commendations from that report were that our program is so unusual, given how young our offerings start for our students. So there was actually a lack of research base for starting our program as early as we do here in the public schools of Brookline, which was really wonderful. Everybody is clear on the vision and mission of our program, which is very exciting and telling. Once we get the final report, we will be gathering another committee together to look at the recommendations that this group has made for programmatic improvement for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr., I believe I know who you are, but I'm been getting it wrong, so.
Yeah, Bob Miller, town meeting member, precinct 2. So this is actually a great follow-up, and by the way, I want to compliment Brookline and the residents of Brookline and voters of Brookline for supporting extensive world language, as was just mentioned, both in grades as well as in the variety of languages that we offer in the K-8s and in the high school. What I wanted to ask about was, so I recently retired as a teacher in Brookline. I had in middle school, generally we have 5 sections. The high school is a 4+1 section model. Most of the pre-K to 5 grades are teaching 4 different subject matters to 1 section. The world language teachers are teaching, as I understand it, 15 as much as 18 sections, sometimes over 6 different grade levels. And some of them are traveling from school to school. And what I wonder about is, are we adequately funding our world language program? And if so, are you concerned about the burden that we're placing on the reduced numbers, as I understand it, of world language teachers?
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And again, a great question. Dr. Fortuna and I were actually reviewing some data this morning about that very thing. So, and it's the notion that you're speaking to, that when you look at the world language instruction at the younger grades, where you have kindergarten twice a week for 30 minutes, a first, second grade. So that in a way can rack up the number of sections a person has, just given the short stints of time that they have there. But we're also then thinking about the quality of the teacher experience also. So that's what this world language review we're hoping will give us shed some greater insight into what's actually going on with our model that we currently have. What are the strengths of it that we want to build upon? But then what are those opportunities for actually increasing and improving that as well?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have 2 speakers standing who I'm going to recognize, and then after that, I will see if anyone wants to make a motion to move on to non-departmental items. So, questioner at microphone 3.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and Dr. Guillory, nice to see you. I do want to thank Dr. Guillory for
And
his
who are
great
you?
work. Oh, sorry about that. Susan Park, Precinct 17. And I just wanted to put out there that very recently, the Attorney General has made an announcement that social media, for example, TikTok, is a root cause for a lot of anxiety, depression, self-harm for our youth. And kind of like what town meeting member Naomi mentioned before about the mental health concerns, because this is a recent announcement, it really should be on the radar of our leaders in Brookline, especially, because the evidence and the data is showing that students are really suffering this way. And I have heard through many parents that self-harm is rampant, starting as early as, 5th grade and on. So just wanted to put that out there, and just wondering, do you have ideas of how to
mitigate this or just help the community because it is a big problem?
Thank you, Ms. Park. And I don't see, there's Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell is our Deputy of Student Services. And so this will definitely fall in her group for work. We have not had the conversation yet at the senior team, but it's definitely something that's on my mind, as well as I've looked at the initial report there. And the number of parents with whom I've had conversations with this year, as well as building principals about students that have engaged in some form of self-harm. But then now with the social media aspect on top of that, I think last year we were concerned about the viral trends that were occurring on TikTok and some of the school destruction and those types of things. And fortunately, we were spared from a good portion of that. But this is definitely something that we're going to take on and tackle as well. But we have a very competent mental health team, and I'm very pleased with the work that they're doing in the organization.
Thank you.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bernard Green, Select Board. I'd like to follow up on a question that Ms. Wu asked earlier, and it relates to achievement of particularly Black students. Before I do that, though, I want to say my son, who went through Lawrence and then the high school, had an extraordinarily good experience in the public school system. I want to thank the schools for that. It wasn't easy working with him, but you were very successful. So yeah, I've been hearing from people around town, just anecdotal, that there is still a significant achievement gap between children of color, particularly Black children, and white students here in the Brookline schools. And I'd like to, I'd like you to tell me what the situation is and what we're doing about it. And I'd like to specifically have you address the issue of achievement gaps or not of students from middle-class Black families. Because I think that if such a gap exists, that is a sign of a deeper underlying problem. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. So yes, those gaps do exist, certainly between our Black students as well as students with disabilities and some populations of our language learner groups. So what we are noticing, and again, it's this notion around, there's so much in the school department budget that we could talk for hours presenting to you. But it's this notion of school belonging, as well as when we think about attendance and students, their participation in school, and then all of the other social factors that impact outside. I have the great opportunity of being superintendent in this fine district, of spending quite a bit of time out in classrooms. And I notice right away when I'm walking around in kindergarten classrooms, I'm noticing students that have a strong command of written language at that early age, and which students don't have that command of language. And so this is certainly an opportunity for us as a system to really figure out what's happening, whether it's the bias, the intrinsic bias, the systemic bias, the systemic racism that's a part of this, but how do we take the resources that we have and truly attack and solve this problem for our kids? I believe we can do it. I believe we're assembling the right team of individuals to really tackle this. And it's not just a notion of remediation. And I think that's this notion of pulling kids out of classrooms all day to work on their weaknesses. That's something else that we have to address, because then that puts the kid further behind when they're pulled out of a class, working on weaknesses all the time. So it's not a simple answer to your question, but one that we are definitely committed to attacking. But it's as far from attendance to school belonging to this notion of what beliefs we hold. Are we lowering the bar for certain groups of students as well? All of those notions we have to tackle and solve as a system.
Thank you. I will take a motion to move on to non-departmental items. if anyone wishes to make such a motion. Okay, and a second? Okay, I will take a voice vote. Anyone in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, the motion passes. The non-departmental expenses are on table 1 of Article 7. And they are items 23 through 34, including items such as employee benefits, reserve funds, etc. I am not going to read each of them because you have had the chance to examine them. And I am asking now if there are any questions about them. Seeing nobody rush to the podium, I am now going to ask if there are any questions about non-appropriated expenditures. Non-appropriated expenditures include items such as cherry sheet offsets, which I would love someone to explain to me, state and county charges, and other general obligations we owe just as a nature of being a town. And I see somebody with a question, Mr. Lynn Jones.
Sean Lynn Jones, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. My question pertains to the non-appropriated expense for being part of Norfolk County. This has been a perennial item that for many years we've questioned whether, well, Brookline gets its money's worth from the amount it pays, approximately $1 million a year and going up all the time to be part of Norfolk County. And I wondered if anyone could provide an update on any efforts to reduce these charges to Brookline or to leave Norfolk County and join another county or do something else that would save the town money.
Mr. Carey.
Chess Carey, Town Administrator. Thank you for that question. The county assessment continues to be a subject of contention. The issue, as always, is that the state legislature must decide where we would go. I have been given to understand that whereas previously the answer was a hard no as to whether or not anyone would let Brookline leave Norfolk County, the answer is now a, well, where would you go? And would you like to pick Suffolk or Middlesex County? And would you like to start talking seriously about which one of those you'd like to go to and why? I will say that this is something that down the line is just a purely practical matter. We need to be cognizant of our relationship with the county as it relates to our ARPA funds. County controls $11 million of that money. And I will say the county has been a really effective partner with us on that money, in that they have been diligent in talking through how they intend to monitor the spending of it. And they want to be effective partners with us in making sure that we spend that in enough time. They've also been, quick to note that if Brookline is a good partner on that front, there may be more money available if other projects don't pan out. And so in the kind of short term, I think it's worthwhile for the community to consider and talk to statewide elected representatives about preferences for where, if Brookline were to end its exclave status and join a neighboring county, which county it would like to be in, and then start laying the groundwork for that process while continuing to work collaboratively with Norfolk County on the end of the wind down of the COVID-19 relief, where we've really established, I think, a good working partnership with our colleagues in a way that I think just hasn't always been there in the past.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I see there are a couple of people lined up and you have questions about non-appropriated expenditures, because that's what this is limited to.
25.
I'm sorry, if it was related to.
To appropriation 25.
No, I'm sorry, you missed your chance. I apologize. Ms. Wu?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I had a question about item 16, free cap.
I'm sorry, we passed by that. I'm sorry, but I think we didn't. Oh, did we address it? No, sorry. You have to be a little faster. And so the good news is that we are coming to the end of our budget discussion, and it is time to take the omnibus vote on the overall budget. The vote itself is located on the green supplement. Page, let me get the exact page for you. Green supplement, 1 pages 25 through 36 and tables 1 and 2, moved by Dennis Doughty, seconded by Bernard Green. The amount of the overall budget is $221,343, and we will take a recorded vote on this. Make sure your machines are on, so do not drop it yet. Go to the Zoom page to vote. And we will drop the vote now. Majority vote is needed. Okay, the budget is approved by 204 yes, 1 no, and 4 abstentions, 3 abstentions. We will now move on to Article 17, which is relating to a request for an additional cannabis license. It is made by Danelle O'Neill, and I actually need a second for it. Will somebody second that motion? Mr. Sandman, thank you. The main motion is found on supplement 1, page 1 of your yellow, those of you who received a paper copy. It is on yellow paper. There are several amendments that have been offered. The advisory committee has made a substitute motion. But let me first describe the main motion, and then we will go through it in details. The main motion, submitted by Danelle O'Neill, seeks to increase the number of licenses, which is currently 4, for storefront cannabis retailers, to add 1 license to allow for an equity license to be issued. The AC supplement motion, the substitute motion rather, which is found on supplement 7, page 7, which is moved by Ms. Hardebeck and seconded by Mr. Sandman.
Excuse me, could you talk into the mic a little bit more? It's
Oh,
just
sure.
People are really loud in the back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should I start over?
Yes.
Okay, Article 17, the main motion is on supplement 1, page 1, the yellow paper. Moved by Mr. O'Neill, seconded by Mr. Sandman. It seeks an increase in the number of licenses for cannabis establishments. Yes. Supplement 1. Supplement 1, page 1, yellow. Made by Mr. O'Neill, seconded by Mr. Sandman. It seeks to increase equity cannabis retail licenses by 1. It is currently 4. in order to allow for an equity license to be issued, or a license to be issued to an equity candidate. The advisory committee has submitted a substitute motion. It is moved by Ms. Hardebeck and seconded by Mr. Sandman. It is found at supplement 7 on page 7. It makes one change to the current bylaw, which is only to change marijuana to cannabis. It does not change the number of licenses, storefront retail licenses that would be allowed. It keeps it at 4. There has been a motion to refer the article to the select board for consideration of whether or not the cap of licenses should remain at 4. This motion is made by Marissa Vogt. It is found on supplement 5 at page 1. A substitute motion to refer has been submitted by Ms. Silbaugh, made by Ms. Silbaugh and seconded by, I need a name. Petra Binyami. And Ms. Vogt, I do not have a name for your second. Scott Ananian, thank you. Okay, the Silbaugh motion to refer requests a referral to substitute motion to refer, requests a referral to an existing moderators committee, which is currently studying the issue of marijuana licenses and the equity issue. I first call to the microphone Mr. Donnell O'Neill. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't think I'll take that long. Good evening, everyone. Seems like my name is Donnell O'Neill Sr., town meeting member from precinct 4, and I'm also on the advisory. First and foremost, in warrant article 17, although it may appear that I have an appearance of a conflict of interest, I do not. I do not own an ME, a marijuana establishment, and I'm not a social equity applicant. All right, so over the last 18 years that I have been serving here at town meeting and have come up to this microphone to speak to this body in regards to racial equity. I've even played the saxophone here, like I stated before, in regards to the Gare warrant article. I've tried to remind everyone here that, the positive and negative effect that we have on everybody in this town in regards to us legislating, okay? Positive and negative. Brookline, this body, AC, select board, town meeting, we've been discussing marijuana since 2013, 2014, over like a decade, referring articles, trying to get it right, kicking the can down the road. And I don't know how long this road is gonna be, but it's only so far the road can go. And in 2016, early 2016, the LRC, the License Review Committee, some members like Bernard, co-chair, and Ben Franco, co-chair, Lee Cohen was on the board, support staff from town assistant, first town council, a colleague of mine that's on the AC now was present. There's gonna be a theme here. April 2017, zoning amendment to warrant article for a warrant article was on the table. July 2017, the LRC talked about it again in September of that same year. October 11th, 2018, the AC discussed a special town meeting warrant article in regards to marijuana establishments. In November 2018, special town meeting, the warrant articles were all about cannabis, retail licenses, regulations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 2019, the warrant article recreational racial equity advancement fund was submitted. In 2020, warrant article 5, stabilization fund was submitted by the select board. Article 7 was also submitted by the select board to expand opportunity. But there also was a warrant article number 8 to round down the cap from now chair of the mitigation committee, from the moderators committee, Alok Smani and Susan Parks. So, you know, there's been a lot of referrals, a lot of discussion for years and years and years about this. And sorry, I'm looking at the time. In 2021 and 22, the state created the act, created bill, an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry was created. S3096 is the bill. And it was to provide for full participation in the cannabis industry, complete full participation. Thank you, John. So cutting it short,
Danelle, I'll give you an extra minute.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So the most recent election, the reason why we're here and able to do up the cap is there was a provision provided to allow town meeting members, cities to up the cap if necessary, to provide stuff like social equity. I'm not going to get too much about that Yes campaign, but there were certain things that were omitted, like monetary fines, consequences, how much money is going to be taken from us from host community agreement and local sales tax. There was a lot of stuff omitted that the voters didn't know. So I didn't want to make our voters uncomfortable because it's our fault that we didn't give them all the information. So I decided to narrow the scope down to 1, although I feel I shouldn't have had to do that. So, the state's been watching. Everyone's been watching us since 2013. We were the first to allow for regulation of marijuana in general, and we have not yet supported, we haven't been progressive. We say we're a progressive town, okay, folks? We've always said it. I've been hearing this for 18 years, and we haven't shown it. In my opinion, a lot of other folks' opinion, and I think that's why the state created this new legislation to prove and to show who's really progressive and who's just talking and kicking the can down the road. Thank you. So, last thing, sorry. Please vote yes on warrant article 17, both sections, changing the language from marijuana to cannabis and supporting the one social equity license that the select board will control. And please vote no to these referrals. We've been kicking the can down the road for so long. There's no more road left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Ms. Hardeback, on behalf of the advisory committee. Yes. Great. Okay, so is the advisory committee withdrawing its original? Okay, then I'll have Mr. Sandman speak to that. Okay. Mr. Sandman then. What Ms. Hardebeck said is that it reconsidered the article last night and has changed its recommendation, which was simply to change the word marijuana to cannabis, to support the motion to referral to the existing moderators committee.
Oh.
But that to its knowledge, the select board still supported the advisory committee's motion, which was to just change the one word. So as of now, it is effectively the select board's motion and my or amendment, and my understanding is that you will be speaking in favor of that. So my first question is, does the select board currently take the position that the action it wants to take is just to change the language of the current bylaw so that marijuana is changed to cannabis?
Well, Madam, Mike Sandman, speaking for the select board. Madam Moderator, Wednesday night, the select board voted not to reconsider its recommendation for favorable action on the original advisory committee motion. And we have not met since then. And so I will be representing the position of the select board as of 6:45 p.m. Wednesday night, May 31st.
Thank you. Would you like to speak as to that?
Yes, certainly. Prior to the May 2nd election, the select board voted 4-0 to recommend favorable action on Article 17, which proposed to add 2 cannabis retail licenses for equity applicants. But on May 2nd, question 3, which caps retail licenses at 4, passed by a substantial margin. The petitioner amended the article, reducing the number of equity licenses from 2 to 1. And although town meeting has the authority to raise the cap, despite the results of the referendum, the select board reconsidered the revised article and reversed itself out of respect to the results of the referendum. As noted in the advisory committee report on Article 17, there is a risk that with only 4 retail storefront licenses allowed and none held by equity applicants, the state will hold that we have not met our obligation to encourage full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by people from communities that have been disproportionately harmed by the status of cannabis as an illegal substance. That is a risk despite Brookline having a social equity policy in place. Such a finding by the state could subject the town to monetary penalties equal to the community impact fees received from all the town's marijuana establishments. But regulations have not been issued, and we have no way to know whether that means just the current year's receipts or the total of all community impact fees we've received or something else. In that latter case, that is all community impact fees, it seems very likely that the Cannabis Control Commission would allow municipalities some time to comply. So if that happens, we may be back to you at town meeting asking you to change the cap. I was in the minority on the referendum on imposing a cap on the number of stores, as were other, although not all, select board members. Thus, we voted originally 4-0 to recommend favorable action on Article 17. Nonetheless, based on the recognition that we need to respect the majority, the select board voted 4-1 to recommend favorable action on what was the advisory committee's motion, which I gather now is ours, which retains the 4 license cap without adding an equity license and without any further referral. Wednesday night, we voted 4-1 not to reconsider, so our recommendation for favorable action on the former advisory committee motion stands 4-1. Thank you.
Well done, Mr. Sandman. I now call on Ms. Ashkenazi, who will be followed by Ms. Vogt, then Mr. Ananian, then Ms. Silball, if you want to come to the front. And Mr. O'Neill, I regret that since you are done, you are asked to leave the front row.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
You did not ask the question. Go ahead, Ms. Ashkenazi.
Miriam Ashkenazi speaking on behalf of myself, urging you to vote for favorable action on warrant Article 17 or referral to the Select Board. I was the sole Select Board member to dissent on this warrant article vote, and I want to explain my reasoning. Equity issues are not issues that we put to the vote of the general public. Yes, we should ask taxpayers if they are willing to pay more for taxes if we can, for something if we can. But that is not what ballot question 3 did. The ballot measure was asking the white majority to vote on the rights of the Black minority. And history has shown us time and time again, the outcome is not equity. For example, both the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 were acts of Congress, ones for which did not have the broad support from the general public of the general voting public of the US. More recently, the Affordable Care Act, also an act of Congress, and one of the most impactful pieces of equity policy in my lifetime. There are many more examples. If you would like something more compelling than congressional acts, Heather McGee is coming to speak in June. I highly encourage you to attend. She has written an excellent book called The Sum of Us. I also highly encourage you to read it, where she recounts many examples of legislation and the general public at odds when it comes to equity. The most memorable of which are communities, plural, that literally filled in their public swimming pools rather than desegregate them. Finally, I must point out the fact that if not for Congress, I myself would not be able to vote. Certainly, the white male voting majority at the time did not broadly support giving women the vote. Little did they know. For me, warrant Article 17 is about equity, specifically as it applies to cannabis, a substance that has for decades resulted in the inequitable treatment of people of color. Retail stores are the most lucrative options in the legal sale of cannabis. And I think we should support the provision of a retail license to an equity applicant for the reasons I have just stated. I hope you will consider joining me in voting favorable action in warrant Article 17 as amended by the petitioner. And I want to thank the Pew Research Center for my information on the Civil Rights Act of 1965, the Roper Research Center at Cornell for my information on the Voting Act, and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services for my data on the Affordable Care Act. And finally, the National Women's History Alliance for information on the 19th Amendment. As you all know, I love my data. Thank you.
Ms. Vogt?
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Vogt. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 6. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to vote no on the Silbaugh amendment and to vote yes on the vote motion to refer, sending Article 17 to the Select Board for transparency and accountability. Next slide, please. Article 17 asks us to create additional storefront marijuana licenses for equity applicants. However, just 4 weeks ago, voters approved ballot question 3, setting a hard cap of 4 for the number of storefront licenses. For many town meeting members like myself, the passage of question 3 creates a tension between respecting the will of the voters and supporting the equity goals of Article 17. There may be a way forward to balance these competing interests, but since the election was held just 4 weeks ago, we have not had time to have wide community conversations that are needed to identify a way forward. And that is why I'm proposing to refer this article to the Select Board to give us that time. The main benefit of referral is that it allows us to avoid a straight no vote that would send the unfortunate and I think incorrect message that town meeting does not support the equity goals of Article 17. I want to emphasize that referral, like a no vote, respects the outcome of question 3 because it does not create new licenses. But while referral and a no vote both have the same immediate impact, my hope is that in the long term, referral would help us identify ways to substantially and directly increase equity applicant participation in the local storefront cannabis industry. Next slide, please. So why should we refer this to the Select Board instead of to a Moderators Committee? The answer is that the Moderators Committee simply does not have the same public visibility or direct accountability to voters as the Select Board. How were its members chosen? Was there a transparent, open process? What has the committee accomplished since it was first formed in 2021? The Moderators Committee has met 8 times this year, but has posted meeting minutes from just 1 meeting in 2023. So why would we choose to refer such important equity goals to an opaque committee of questionable productivity? By comparison, our Select Board is the town's licensing authority. Its members are elected, and the board meets weekly according to a regular schedule. All of its meetings are recorded, and its videos and meeting minutes are posted online. Next slide, please. There is a misconception that the Silbaugh Amendment somehow makes my referral motion more consistent with the outcome of question 3 or with the will of the voters. But what I would ask you to all think about tonight is this. If you want the outcome of a referral to prioritize the will of the voters, why wouldn't you send that article to the select board, to a body that is directly accountable to the voters? Sending this to the select board seems like the obvious answer to me. Please join me in voting no on the Silbaugh Amendment and voting yes to refer Article 17 to the select board for transparency and accountability.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Ananian, then Ms. Silbaugh, and then Mr. Hyatt.
Good evening. I am Scott Ananian, town meeting member from precinct 10. In addition to the arguments you've heard before, I'd like to underline the fiscal cost to inaction here. Under Senate Bill 3096, an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry passed by the state last year and signed by the governor on August 11th, 2022. Quote, a sum equal to 1% of the total sales price received under the section from a marijuana retailer that is a social equity business shall be distributed, credited, and paid by the state treasurer upon certification of the commissioner to each city or town that has at least one marijuana retailer that is a social equity business. We do not have a marijuana retailer that is a social equity business now, and we are not getting a 1% of the total sales price received rebate from the state, as it were. Further, Section 11 of that bill states a city or town shall adhere to Cannabis Control Commission regulations regarding policies and procedures for host communities to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement, and may establish additional procedures and policies to further this goal. The failure of a host community to adhere to such policies and procedures shall result in a monetary penalty to the host community equal to the annual total of the community impact fees received from all marijuana establishments or medical marijuana treatment centers operating within the host community. The state is serious about social equity retailers, and there are financial penalties if Brookline does not take action. I urge tonight referral of this article to the select board so that we can address this lack. Why refer to the select board and not the Warrant Article 7 Moderators Committee? Well, I'm a member of the Warrant Article 7 Moderators Committee. I was appointed in December of 2021. From the creation of the committee, the chair has lobbied to prevent the committee from weighing in on numerous marijuana-related articles before the town, arguing in an email on November 17th of 2022 to the select board moderator and assistant moderator against the committee having a position on Warrant Article 15 in fall of 22, the article that cap licenses at 4, despite the obvious implication for the equity licenses. The committee did not participate in the drafting policy for the process for the select board social equity policy on cannabis. Further, since the creation of that 7-member committee, 3 members of that committee and 1 spouse have donated a total of $12,290 to the Yes on 3 ballot question committee, which has no contribution limits in state law. The chair of the Warrant Article 7 committee, Mr. Somani, is the treasurer for parents for Yes on 3, the ballot question committee. Needless to say, there's not equal balance on the other side of the issue. There is a PhD student doing research in marijuana policy, a member of town staff, and me, and I will out myself. I have never used marijuana in any form. The Moderators Committee on Warrant Article 7 is not an impartial committee on this issue, and a referral to this committee is not appropriate. The committee will most likely not, because of its makeup, consider the full range of approaches to addressing our social equity deficit, which should include the possibility of the select board presenting a new question for the voters, asking specifically for a new license or licenses reserved for social equity applicants. This should be among the items considered, and the chair of the Warrant Article 7 committee is on record in writing to the select board stating that this is out of scope and not appropriate for his committee. Further, returning to the points raised by Ms. Vogt, the Warrant Article 7 committee is not yet.
I believe you are out of time and must stop, Mr. Ananian. Thank you
Sorry, if I
very
could
much.
just
You were
skip
through.
my final sentence if I could. Just, I urge referral to the select board and a no action vote on the Silbaugh amendment so that the select board can, in public process and without conflict, consider how to best address the deficiency of social equity licenses in Brookline.
Thank you very much. I am raising my own point of order and saying that Mr. Ananian has mischaracterized the appointment of members to the Moderators Committee, which I make because I know that in fact there is a supporter of marijuana on that committee. In addition, I'm wondering if anyone has a question for council as to whether the issue of assessment of fines is currently the law in Massachusetts. Does anyone have a question on that?
I happen to have a question like that.
Mr. Simpson, could you answer that? I believe Mr. Nanell O'Neill had a question about the fines too.
I've not been recognized by the moderator.
I'm sorry, Mr. Warren, I apologize.
That's okay. I'm recognized.
Yes,
Paul
I'm
Warren, member of the
recognized.
Select Board. Yes, in fact, I do have the exact question that you asked. The likelihood of fines being assessed on the town with respect to the fact that the Select Board has adopted a social equity policy for cannabis.
I'm sorry, I actually did not hear your question, and I need to see if it is actually relevant. I got distracted by my.
Madam Moderator, my question was your question, so I hope it's relevant.
No, you can only answer whether anyone wanted to raise the question to council that I asked.
Yes, so Madam Moderator, my question to you is, is there a likelihood that there would be a fine assessed on the town for a lack of a social equity policy for cannabis?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Jonathan Simpson, Associate Town Council for the Town of Brookline. I think that while there is a risk in our discussions with the CCC, we have been made aware that there is a risk that the town will be found out of compliance with the requirements of the law and be therefore subject to financial penalties. Whether this risk is likely is impossible to tell at this point because it is based on regulations that have not been promulgated, not even in draft form. So to say whether there's a likelihood we will be found out of compliance is impossible at this point. But I would not be doing my job if I did not make it clear to town meeting that we have been made aware that at least some people at the CCC believe that the town's current position puts us at risk of being found out of compliance.
May I ask a follow-up question?
No,
Madam
you may
Moderator?
not.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Silba.
Madam
And
Moderator.
Ms. Park, you must sit down.
Oh.
And anybody else must sit down unless they have a point of order.
Well, it's a point of order.
And if your point of order is to contradict somebody,
Yes.
it is not a point of order. You must sit down.
Oh. Well, no, it's to correct.
You must
something.
sit down.
Madam
Mr. O'Neill, if your
Yeah.
point of order is to
No.
correct somebody.
No, I just have a
what-
question. I have a
No.
question now.
No, your point of order has to do with a procedural matter. So what is your point of order?
No, I didn't have a point of order. I have a question.
Then you
for the
cannot
council.
say anything. You must sit down.
I thought you, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Sandman, I doubt you have a point of order.
No, ma'am, I have a question.
You must sit down.
Oh, I beg your.
Nobody can say anything until the presentations are done. I hope that is clear. Thank you. Ms. Silba. You have 4 minutes.
Kate Silba, Precinct 1 for the Silba-Samani Amendment to the referral.
Can't hear you.
Kate Silba, Precinct 1 for the Silba-Samani Amendment to the referral motion. The two main differences between our motions are that mine sets a deadline in sync with the state regulatory timeline, and mine refers equity goals to the already running and productive Moderators Committee that you voted for. Both versions seek alternatives to new licenses given the May 2nd vote. 26 years ago, my sister Harriet died from her addiction. She was impressive, but substances can be more impressive. Substance abuse remains widespread in my family. We've been through arrests and posted bail. There's been hospitalizations, the treatment pendulum of hopes and relapse. Some family members have been denied treatment due to dual diagnoses. It's been criminal trials, divorces, bargaining sex for substances. It's been domestic violence, lost jobs, one life saved by Narcan last year, and also perpetually resetting day counts. Substance abuse disorders take over many families like mine. They burn through relationships and they test your hope. And people find this awkward to discuss, even though it is so common. You know me. We don't know what's going on in each other's lives. With the teenagers, siblings, parents. We do know this. When people were given the chance, 7,500 voters told us exactly what they needed. Substance abuse wrecks families. I know many Brookline families struggling with overuse of cannabis and suffering at the intersection of the teen mental health crisis and substance use. This isn't trivial, and it is influenced by policy. Brookline voters care about extreme racism in the drug war. That's why they voted decriminalization in 2016. The Yes on 3 campaign was mostly by people of color, and it kept social equity up front and explicit. Voters rejected just the false choice that social equity must equal more commercial cannabis. And there are many social equity policy levers that don't involve new licenses. The CCC is already signaling what they are. We are in an imaginative rut here, defining social equity as more retail. Warrant Article 17 isn't even a policy that necessarily responds to the concerns Mr. Simpson raised. Last night, Paul Warren said referral motions are to kill a proposal. If the proposal here is retail licenses, it was already killed by the voters May 2nd. Growth in the retail sector is over at the hands of the voters. By referring, we are sort of harvesting the organs here to save the useful project of increasing social equity, but not adding new retail, and I agree with Ms. Vogt in that project. We here created this moderators committee. We shouldn't vote for committees that do their work to study questions if we're going to get impatient and vote at cross purposes with that committee's ongoing work. A select board referral would make exactly that mistake. It's disrespectful of our committee, wasteful of people's time. The moderators committee was appointed last year. Alok Samani chairs it. They've worked diligently on how to be effective with social equity outside of adding licenses. There is no other entity in this town with their depth in the cannabis regulatory framework. Let's keep the benefit of 18 months of intensive review. We've already allocated the authority to them on this precise question. Let them finish their work. Last, the timeline issue. Chapter 180 was enacted last year to encourage equitable policy, but how exactly to respond to that law, no one knows yet. It's guesswork. Until the Cannabis Control Commission issues the regs in November 2023, the legal risk for good faith actions taken prior to November 2023 are very small for ordinary notice reasons. We can speculate a list of fears and still get it wrong. Our response should fit the regs, not speculate about them. This is the right committee with the right charge and the coherent timeline. Please vote yes on the Silba and Samani amendment to the Marissa vote referral motion on warrant Article 17.
Mr. Hyatt. And then we will hear from Ms. Park.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Eric Hyatt, town meeting member from
Excuse me, I'm
Precinct 10.
never mind.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Hyatt. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Moderator. Eric Hyatt. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10. I was originally signed up to speak in favor of warrant Article 17. So I'll give you the core of that argument. I have a friend, Rabbi Yosef Glassman. He has ties to Brookline in that his grandmother lived in Brookline for many, many years. And Rabbi Glassman is also a medical doctor. He's a gerontologist, and he is the person most responsible for getting cannabis legalized in the state of Israel. Rabbi Glassman quotes the book of Exodus. I can't believe I'm up here quoting the book of Exodus to you, but here we are. Exodus chapter 30, verse 23, which states, take spices of the finest sort, pure myrrh, 500 shekels, fragrant cinnamon, and kanebosem. Now, kanebosem is a Hebrew word that means cannabis. It appears as well in Song of Songs, chapter 4, verse 14, in Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 24, Jeremiah, chapter 6, verse 20, and Ezekiel, chapter 27, verse 19. Thank you, Rabbi Glassman, for the useful info. So this is why we need to change the name to cannabis, because it's been around a long time. There's also a civic reason. Here is my card from the Cannabis Control Commission. I am a cannabis caregiver for somebody with a medical need for cannabis. It's not the Marijuana Control Commission. So why don't we just sync up with the state? Finally, there's the real reason, which is the cannabis industry itself is a $3.2 billion industry in 2022, and it's supposed to expand at a compound annual growth rate of 14.2%, which makes it as big as a $70 billion nationwide industry. And Brookline voters have accidentally enshrined this corporate monopoly by voting yes on question 3. Sanctuary Medicinals, our beloved local store, is opening 11 more dispensaries in the hot Florida market. Netta is owned by Parallel. It's a 5-state cannabis company that calls itself one of the largest privately held, vertically integrated, multi-state cannabis companies in the world. And Mission Cannabis is a team of 600 professionals across 5 states who have demonstrated, quote, that we can execute at scale in a highly competitive environment. And now those proven operational capabilities are helping us successfully scale production, distribution, and sales. Did the voters know they were giving a monopoly to the biggest players in a multi-billion-dollar industry with no room for locals? Is this a just outcome? Is it the best we can do? At this moment, it's really hard to know what to say about how we can get any kind of justice for tonight. So I urge everyone to vote no on the Silba amendment, to vote yes on the vote referral motion, because only the select board really at this point has the power to fix this unjust situation. That's pretty much it. Finally, I want to wish everyone a happy Pride Month, which started today. I believe I'm one of maybe 4 town meeting members who are gay or lesbian. So excited to be one of such a small group. And most importantly, I'm grateful to the rest of you for your solidarity. We're lucky to live in a town like this that values all of its communities. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I misspoke, actually, Ms. Park, I apologize. Ms. Hardebeck, as an AC member, has priority over you. So it will be Ms. Hardebeck, Ms. or Mr. Rios, and then you. I know you've been waiting a long time for this. Ms. Hardebeck, please go.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Kelly Hardebeck, town meeting member from Precinct 7 and member of the Advisory Committee, speaking tonight for the Advisory Committee, excuse me here, let's see, who recommends favorable action on the Silba amendment by a vote of 13 to 4 to 5. Creating greater equity and diversity within Brookline's marijuana industry is a goal that is supported by the Advisory Committee. But the AC does not believe creating an additional retail storefront license is the best way of achieving equity or is what's needed to comply.
I don't think you can be heard.
Okay, let me try again. Let's see, get closer. Okay, is this better? Okay, sorry about that, folks. It's funny because usually I'm a loud talker. Anyway, creating greater equity and diversity within Brookline's marijuana industry is a goal that is supported by the Advisory Committee, but the AC does not believe that creating an additional retail storefront license is the best way of achieving equity or is needed to comply with Chapter 180, the state's new cannabis equity law. As you may recall, town meeting has tackled the issue of cannabis equity at least twice before. The November 2019 town meeting voted to refer questions of cannabis equity applicants and cannabis zoning to the Licensing Review Committee at the request of the Select Board. Then in November 2021, an article seeking to add 2 retail cannabis licenses that were specifically for social equity applicants was submitted by the Select Board. At that time, town meeting recognized that increasing licenses alone is not sufficient to create greater equity and referred the subject matter of the article to a moderators committee for further study. That committee, as you've heard, convened in early 2021, and the committee's broad scope is to consider and recommend measures that genuinely provide equity applicants with opportunity in Brookline's local marijuana industry. Licensing, zoning adjustments, caps, and other measures are all within the committee's scope as it investigates and makes recommendations on how to create greater access to economic opportunity provided by legal marijuana. Although not related to equity, but certainly related to our discussion tonight, is last November's special town meeting where this body voted to cap the number of retail storefront licenses at 4, which resulted in ballot question 3 on the May 2nd ballot. As you all know, voters passed question 3, thus ratifying the cap that town meeting had voted. Meanwhile, of course, activity related to cannabis and equity had been happening at the state level. Last year, Massachusetts became the first state to mandate full participation in the legal cannabis industry by those that have been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. This new legislation creates a social equity program that offers funding and training and establishes cannabis trust fund as a way to fund those programs. The new law requires host communities to establish policies that promote full participation in a community's local marijuana industry. And it requires us to adhere to forthcoming regulations. To comply with the law, the Select Board has already adopted a cannabis equity policy that grants exclusive access to all marijuana establishment licenses to equity applicants for the next 3 years. The second obligation, as you've heard, is to adhere to regulations. Those regulations have not been published yet. They are being drafted and will not be finalized until November 9th. At that time, Brookline may need to adopt further measures to comply with regulations, but today it's unknown what those measures might be. During the AC's review of Article 17, a couple key questions came up. One, did ballot question 3 eliminate a 5th license? And the answer is no. The ballot question instituted a cap that preserves the existing number of licenses at 4. We only had 4 licenses. A 5th license is likely to have become available later this year, but the liquor license that would have triggered the creation of that license was not approved as of May 2nd. And the second is, will adding a retail license eliminate the legal and financial risk to Brookline? There's no indication that additional licenses are needed to comply with Chapter 180 or the upcoming regulations. After the regulations are finalized, we'll know what is needed and can take action to comply. The advisory committee also reviewed how other host committees incorporated social equity into their licensing procedures and noted that Newton's process, which was often cited as a best practice, has always considered equity as part of its process, and as a result, hosts one of the state's first social equity companies providing marijuana delivery. During its discussion, the advisory committee kept returning to the goal of creating greater equity and diversity in the local cannabis industry and expressed disappointment over the lack of progress. The AC believes referring to the existing moderators committee is the best way to ensure Brookline develops a comprehensive approach to equity in compliance with Chapter 180 in the forthcoming regulations. Referral leverages the extensive work the Moderators Committee has already done to understand the economics, barriers to entry, and best practices within the wider marijuana industry. It reinforces the vote of town meeting in November 2021, and most importantly, ensures Brookline has time to fully review the CCC's regulation and consider approaches to creating greater equity for social equity applicants that align with those regulations and incorporate best practices that have been developed by other host communities. I urge you to join the advisory committee who, by a vote of 13 to 4 to 5, recommends favorable action on the Silba substitute motion. Thank you.
Mr. Rios? And then Ms. Park.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's a pleasure to meet you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carlos Rios, town meeting member of Precinct 5. In 2016, we officially legalized recreational marijuana for individuals 21 years and older. A main point made by the town was the promise of racial equity and business opportunities for Black and Brown folks. Since then, Brookline has not fulfilled its promise to do so. Brookline possesses two statewide operations and two non-Black owned local businesses. There has been interest by several local Black business applicants to start an operation in Brookline. However, the process is very strict, rigorous, and must go through many reviews by the Cannabis Control Commission. You cannot talk about the cannabis industry without talking about the war on drugs. For decades, Black and Brown people have been incarcerated for marijuana possession, and it is still used to incarcerate and police Black people in America. After the decades of incarcerating Black people, white people and non-Black and Brown folks have been profiting from the very lucrative industry. In 2022, Americans spent roughly $30 billion on legal marijuana while only spending about $20 billion on chocolate sales. Since 2017, Brookline made roughly $8 million in revenue from cannabis sales. It is for all these reasons I, in good faith, could not approve of this cap. It is why I voted no on question 3. Warrant Article 17 will allow us to circumvent this issue by dedicating an additional license strictly for equity applicants. Until the town fulfills its promise and dedication to Black equity in this industry, I urge my peers and the leaders of this town to vote in favor of Warrant Article 17. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Park.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Annyeonghaseyo. That's hello in Korean. My name is Susan Park, Precinct 17, Chair of the Yes on 3 Committee for ballot question number 3. It's great to see you all in person. I'm also a member on the steering committee for the Brookline Asian American Family Network, a member of the BPAN Advisory Committee, and a member of the Brookline Wellness Committee. I have no conflict of interest in this warrant article. I want you to know that I voted yes on the Pierce question last week because, as our state rep, Tommy Vitolo, emphatically said, let's not be an election denier. May 2nd was a free and fair election, and Brookline has spoken loud and clear. Yes on 3 won in all 17 precincts for a cap on retail cannabis stores. I voted yes on Pierce last week because my constituents wanted me to vote yes. Our state rep persuaded most of us to honor our voters, and I followed the vote, and many of you did too. New select board member Paul Warren spoke about the importance of listening to the voter's voice. It's crucial, and I absolutely agree, because the voters were telling us what was important to them, which is to limit cannabis stores to 4 or less, and it passed and was posted as law on May 12th in Brookline. This turnout was the highest turnout in town election in the past 15 years, and the turnout of over 12,000 voters was a 30.1 turnout rate, nearly twice the average turnout of the previous 14 town elections. Yes on 3 won by 61.5%, which is a 23% margin. It was one of the highest margins of any contested ballot question in town in many years. In the past, select board's reason to issue more licenses was because of the 2016 vote, when 61% of Brookline legalized cannabis. But now we know that 61.5% of Brookline want to cap at 4 stores. Please honor the 7,558 voters, thousands of voters told us plain and simple that we have enough stores. 4 is enough, they said. 35 stores in 5 miles is enough. There's plenty of access, they said. And now to add 1 or 2 more retail marijuana licenses in this warrant article at the heels of ballot question 3's tremendous win is mockery, disrespectful, and a slap in the face for voters. Now you're going to hear about 2 motions. I will be voting yes on the Silba referral to the already up and running moderators committee that is already working on policy that is consistent with social equity goals. The Silba referral motion will honor and listen to Brookline voters, making sure the will of the voters are respected at capping at 4 stores. The warrant Article 7 Moderators Committee has begun their work to understand recent changes in state law designed to promote social equity. Let this committee complete its work as the town waits for the Chapter 180 regulations that will come out in November, and time will give more information. And also, Brookline is in compliance as of this moment. The reason you don't want to vote yes on the other referral to the Select Board Committee is because Marissa also admitted on the phone with me that she had forgotten that this working group exists. And actually, the Silba referral makes more sense. It's more equipped to review town's policies for cannabis licensing, economic opportunity, conduct original research, discuss findings, and provide the town with a set options of for meeting its cannabis-related goals. Also, advisory committee voted no action on warrant Article 17. Select board voted no action. And town council has made it very clear they are still not worried about a lawsuit winning if warrant Article 17 is voted down. Does one person matter over the 7,558 who voted? By ignoring the electoral vote, it sends the message that voting just doesn't matter. Why did 7,558 people come out in the rain, wind, and cold? Because it mattered to them enough for all their reasons that we don't know about. So we need to wait and not issue more licenses. Listen to the will of the voters. Wait on November Chapter 180 regulations that will guide the social equity process. Have the moderators committee, a group that has more depth of experience and focused exposure to cannabis-related issues than the select board, complete their work. But also don't forget about the $40,000 cannabis study that the town paid for to see the impact of cannabis in our community. This study is also not finished and hasn't been factored in, which it needs to be before issuing more licenses. Once the November regulations are out, Brookline will have sufficient time to respond and comply. And it's important to note that another retail license cannot be mandated even after regulations come out. And about the 10 social equity licenses available for social equity applicants. Did you know there's 1.1 million square feet of available industrial and office space in Brookline, according to the May 2023 search in CoStar, the standard real estate database? In a nutshell, there's a lot of space available for delivery and courier social equity licenses. The bottom line is the town has spoken, and adding licenses now is the wrong time. For all these reasons, please listen to the will of the voters and vote yes on the Silba and Somani motion. And if that fails, please vote no on warrant Article 17. Thank you.
Perry Grossman and then Mr. Samani.
Hi there, Perry Grossman, town meeting member, precinct 5. I have no known financial interests in this matter. I am not a cannabis user, but this discussion is stressing me out, so I could probably use some. I'm speaking in favor of warrant Article 17. Brookline should be a leader in equity and support the state law and act relative to equity in the cannabis industry. The fall town meeting vote on warrant Article 15 approved a cap on storefront licenses, but the proponents' focus was not so much on the cap, but on the importance of bringing the vote to the people. It's important to consider how it was framed and how it was sold. Proponents said, vote for warrant Article 15 because you believe in the right to vote. Then with the warrant Article 15 vote, they campaigned on question 3, citing town meeting as having approved the cap. But over $34,000 was raised and over $7,000 was spent by fewer than 30 people on yes on 3. Unfortunately, there was not an active no on 3 campaign. I regret not acting to oppose it. The question 3 vote seems less like the will of the people and more like the result of a heavy marketing campaign. By contrast, the vibe that I get from people in my precinct is that equity applicants should have the ability to participate and compete in the market, and that consumers should have choices. Opponents of warrant Article 17 also point to warehouse and delivery licenses, but those are not practical options given space constraints in Brookline. You will also hear that cannabis profits are trending to zero, thus reducing benefits to the town. But I don't think we should be defending oligopoly power, fast movers, and big capital. This is an equity initiative that brings in tax revenue, even if some of the supplemental tax benefits decline. Reviewing this with a criminologist friend of mine, he stated that there was, quote, historic racism embedded within the war on drugs. And it makes sense to try to right some of those wrongs when there is an opportunity to do so. Expanding the number of equity licenses seems like a small but meaningful way of acknowledging this. So refer warrant Article 17 if you are feeling that buzz, but I would just say yes, fitting with state law supporting equity in the cannabis industry. Thank you.
Mr. Somani.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Alok Samani. I am not a town meeting member. I am an at-large member of the advisory committee, colleagues over here. I'm also a member of the audit committee. And I am also the chair, as you've heard, of the warrant Article 7 Moderators Committee, to which the warrant Article 7 was referred. I have no financial interest in warrant Article 17, which will be discussed tonight. The fall 2021 warrant Article 7 Moderators Committee, we were formed actually in February 2022, after the fall 21 town meeting. We consist of 7 members, and we represent diversity both in our views on marijuana as well as on our personal journeys in our life. We have a very good cross-section of expertise on our committee, and I've been very impressed working with my colleagues. The committee has just today, I think we circulated, sorry, I was traveling, I just arrived here a little bit earlier. We circulated an update, a progress update on the things that we've been examining. Our committee has been actively researching and moving forward with our charge. When we formed, all 7 members discussed and agreed to our goal and our process, and that's what we were focused on. Our goal is to research, discuss, and curate information that we, as a committee, on balance, believe is fair and accurate for the topic for which we're charged on reporting. We're very concerned about not appearing biased. That goal was a direct result of the debate at the fall 2021 on warrant Articles 7, 8, and 9, where it seemed that the debate could be characterized as proponents presenting a view and opponents then attacking the credibility of the source of that information. So the task of our Moderators Committee is to research, debate, and curate information to provide information for the town meeting members to consider and debate. To that end, the information we include in our report, we hope will be recognized as being representative and accurate and not biased. Our process is to work independently in teams of 2, to research and bring content to the full committee. The information is presented and then discussed, questioned, and debated by the committee. That's our approach. The pace of our work is dictated by 2 primary constraints: the time each of us as volunteers has to commit to this work, and the timing of the regulations that the CCC is tasked with. And you've heard, I think, a few times tonight that timing is actually November 2023 at the earliest. Our Moderators Committee is, by the way, subject to the open meeting law. Therefore, transparency of our work is guaranteed. We post the date, time, and agenda for each of our meetings. Our meetings are open to the public, and we have had some members of the public attend. We start each meeting with a public comment period. Each meeting has minutes that are posted to the brookline.gov website. And yes, we had a meeting on April 4th and April 18th. Those minutes are not as yet posted, but I have sent those, so they will be posted.
Could
very,
you
very
begin to
soon.
finish up, please?
One more sentence. I do welcome the input of each of you. My contact information is available on the Brookline.gov website, and I'd be happy to meet and discuss the work that the Moderators Committee is doing. Thank you.
Mr. Levin. You'll pass? Is it? Oh,
Mr. Bruce Levin is not feeling well, so he's asked that I speak in his stead. Is that all right?
Mr. Levin?
Mr. Levin.
Okay.
He's not feeling well, so he asked.
Okay,
if I
there
could
was
speak.
a motion to call the question. So I will allow the motion to call the question to be heard because we only have people who oppose the motion or are speaking in favor of one of the referral motions left. These people are Mr. Levin, Ewan Wang, Petra Binyami, Ariel Seufer, Anna Albuquerque, Smith, I don't have a first name, Mr. Van Scoyac. In line, we have Mr. Toffel. Ms. Regina Frawley is lining up, and I do not know the person in between them. Michael Fishner and Bonnie Bastian, I believe, is also entering the line, but I will. Oh, and a masked man.
Dave Gayshock.
Dave Gayshock. All right. But I will hold the vote to call the question. We will drop the vote. It requires a 2/3 majority. Make sure your machines are alive and on the Zoom page. The motion passes to call the question and debate. And we will now vote on the various motions in front of us, which I will set forward to you. Please listen. It is somewhat complicated. If you do not understand what I am saying, please come to a microphone, make a point of order, and ask for clarification. However, please wait till I go through the whole explanation, and then I am more than willing to explain any part that you do not understand. Yes,
Could you just speak a little bit more loudly into the microphone, please?
absolutely. Okay. So the main motion is Mr. O'Neill's motion, which seeks to increase the licenses for storefront cannabis retailers by 1, to allow for an equity license to be issued for storefront cannabis retailers, thereby increasing the number of licenses to 5 from the current limit of 4, which was voted on in the May election. There was a motion by the select board, which seeks to make only one change to that motion, which is to change the word marijuana to cannabis. I'm sorry, that was actually also contained in the initial motion. So the advisory committee, excuse me, they changed to select board. So the amendment on that says, keep the number of licenses the same, but change the word marijuana to cannabis. Then we have Ms. Vote's motion, which is to refer to the select board to consider whether or not the cap should remain at 4. After that, we have the Silbaugh substitute referral motion, which recommends that the article or the subject of whether or not to increase the license to allow an additional license for an equity license to the existing moderators committee that was created pursuant to an article in the 2021 November town meeting. Does anybody have any questions about what is being voted on in general? And then I will explain the order in which we will be voting. Let me explain the order in which we will be voting, and maybe that will end the questions. The order in which we will be voting is we will first vote on the Silbaugh motion. It's sort of which would be to refer to the existing moderators committee. It is a substitute motion to refer, and in that way it overrules the first motion to refer. Amendments are always voted on first. So if you vote yes on the Silbaugh motion to refer to the existing moderators committee, that is the end of all discussion. It overrules everything else, and the motion is referred, or the article is referred to the moderators committee. If the Silbaugh substitute motion is voted down, you then vote on the vote motion, which is to refer it to the select board. If that fails, you then consider the select board motion, which is just to make one change to the bylaw and change the word marijuana to cannabis. If that passes, you then go I'm confusing myself. If that passes, it becomes the main motion and the matter is decided. If it fails, we finally get to the original motion made by Mr. O'Neill. And if it passes, then the town would increase the number of licenses for storefront cannabis retailers by 1 and would change the word marijuana to cannabis. Yes, Mr. Englander.
Madam Moderator, I'm a little confused.
I don't know why.
Isn't the Silbaugh motion a motion to amend the referral motion so that we would first amend it and then whether it gets amended or not, we would then vote on referral?
It's actually, it's amend and substitute can be used interchangeably sometimes, but the effect is the same, except well, except that if you vote on the substitute motion, it takes care of the whole thing. So you don't have to vote on the initial amendment. It says it's like a substitute motion. If you approve the substitute motion, then it becomes the main motion and that's it.
Point of order, Madam Moderator.
Oh, where are you?
I think I was going to say,
Yes, Mr. Gaishak.
Dave Gaishak, Precinct 14. Respectfully, a substitute motion is treated as an amendment, meaning it either amends or doesn't, but then to Mr. Englander's point, there's a second vote on whether or not to refer as amended or as not amended. Just want to clarify that, please.
I
As
do not believe that's correct, but
The-
Ms. Silba,
Yeah, point of order. I
But I am-
want to
I'm
say
willing-
I agree with Mr. Gayshak and
Yeah.
Mr.
Okay.
Englander, which is that it's an amendment to the Marissa vote referral motion. And so
but okay,
it
that's
would be
fine.
possible for a person to prefer the moderators committee if there's a referral, but not to prefer a referral.
That's true. Very good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
My brain stopped at 10, 20, no, 40, excuse me. So 5 minutes ago. Thank you very much for pointing that out. My mentor left and I blame that. Okay. So I acknowledge and appreciate the points of order. So we will vote first on the Silba amendment / substitute referral motion to the vote motion, to the vote VOGT motion, which would refer the matter to the existing moderators committee. If that passes, it then modifies the vote motion to refer, and if that, which means it would still go to the moderators committee. If the Silba referral motion fails, you would then vote on the VOGT motion to refer to the select board. So why don't we deal with that? And then we'll move on and see what happens if both those referral motions fail. Okay, so we are first going to vote on the Silba motion, which would ask you to refer the O'Neill article, the motion, to the existing moderators committee, as was described to you. This requires a majority vote. Make sure your machines are awake. The vote will drop. Okay, the motion fails because 98 yes, 115 no, with 4 abstentions. So we then go and vote on the vote motion to refer to the select board to so we are now voting on the vote motion to refer to the select board. Is everyone clear on that? Okay, we will drop the vote. The motion passes 137 yes, 69 no, 10 abstentions. The motion under Article 17 relating to increasing the number of cannabis licenses is referred to the select board, and we are done with this article, and I will happily entertain a motion to adjourn. Vote. All those in favor? Thank you and good night. See you next week.